Oh, I don't see Claire.
Oh, there she is. She just came up.
Okay, excellent.
She's muted.
Claire, you're muted, and Sharon's working on getting our video pictures up, which we don't have.
Okay,
So,
well, let's see. I'm now unmuted.
excellent.
And
Welcome back, Claire.
Yes, welcome back.
Yes, welcome back, Claire.
yeah, it's actually really great to be back. I'm so happy to be home.
Okay, so let's try to get this meeting going. Robert, are you here?
I sure am.
Okay, so Dave Mendro is running the meeting, but he is not one of the reviewers, because that would cause there to be a quorum, which there is not permitted to be during consent. So David's just running the drawings. And so okay, so the minutes, hang on a second. Exit full screen. Okay, so the minutes didn't make it to the folder, but they said nice project, return with full details.
Done.
So, Robert, first of all, Bill, did you have a chance to review these?
I did. Yes.
And okay, and Claire, did you have a chance to review these?
Yes.
Robert, I'm not trying to cut you out of here, but
Oh,
Bill
okay.
or Claire, do you have any comments that you'd like to make? Do you think it's okay as it is? What's up?
I will say I didn't review the landscape. I'm going to rely on Claire for that, but the architectural.
I don't see you.
The architecturals look fine.
Yes.
Okay, and Claire, did you have a chance to?
Yes,
Review.
it all seems pretty okay to me.
Yeah, and I agree. I think it did fine. As I said at the end of last meeting, I know this was a little bit of a tough project, and I want to thank you very much for making these changes.
Yeah.
I personally think it's a better project. I hope you do too.
We all think this is the best version of this project yet, so thank you, John.
Okay, certainly. So I would recommend approval at the full board is do the bill.
Yes, yeah, that's the note that I made to myself.
I agree.
Full
too.
board.
Yep.
Okay.
Board approved.
Excellent. So Robert, if you want to stay around, that's going to happen in about 20 to 25 minutes. To date, they have never not gone against what we've recommended. So
Well, I've never had that experience myself, so.
They behave themselves.
who knows?
Yeah,
Right.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And so
Thank
I
you.
think hopefully Sharon's working on getting our video on, and I'm going to turn my mic off, and I'll see everybody in about 9.5 minutes or so.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Elida, are you there? Can you unmute yourself, Elida? Great.
I don't see anybody though.
No, something's going on with our cameras, but do you
Oh.
see the agenda?
I do.
Great. Welcome.
I'm thinking this is Sharon.
It's Sharon, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, you could always tell Sharon, because Sharon is the County of Santa Barbara logo. That's why you know it's Sharon.
Claire, did you have a good time?
Uh,
Uh-oh.
well, I mean, I had to go, yes, I had a great time with my twins and my 4-month-old guy. That part of the trip was great, but I had to do business there, and inside of COVID and everything, because I have some renters that who rent my house there that I own, who decided somewhere along the line that they were going to stop renting, they were going to stop paying, and they now turned into being squatters. And I had to hire a lawyer and deal with the Peruvian law system and fill out tons and tons of paper. And then I had to go into mediation to get them out of the house. So it was the trip was kind of disjointed. There were parts of it that were great, like every morning being with my they're 3 years and 4 months old, and they actually have language now. And we ended up having every morning we would have, because I don't speak Spanish, we had little sessions together. And this morning they actually called, which was interesting that they called this morning. And the first thing I hear on the phone is, "Good morning, Grandma. How are you?"
That's
And
so
I'm going, "Oh my God. Oh my God." They are now speaking English, and I responded to "Como está?" I'm fine, in Spanish. And so that was an amazing sort of thing about this is actually learning Spanish from them and them learning English from me, and every morning they would climb into bed and then we would practice, and it was extraordinary, just extraordinary,
That's great.
And then some days I just go off and deal with the legal system and do more paperwork. It was horrible, But ultimately
Well-
it was, yeah.
I'm glad you enjoyed your grandsons.
Yeah, it was really amazing that have them having language, because I hadn't seen them for 2 years, obviously, because of COVID. And so they didn't have language back then, and so actually enjoying conversations with them and actually learning Spanish, which I need to learn more of. And but they got into the game. I mean, they loved it. They loved it. And then I could see the results this morning. That was the first day. I picked up the phone and one of them said, "Good morning, Grandma. How are you?" And I went, "Oh my God. Oh my God." In clear, precise English. It was really trippy,
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. Okay, we hear, not quite. We've got 4 minutes left. Okay.
Okay, it is 1 o'clock. I would like to call the Montecito Board of Architectural Review for February 24th to order. First item on the agenda is public comment. Is anybody in the audience attending this meeting that would like to address the board on an item that is not on our agenda today?
John, I don't have anybody and nobody's hand is raised. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you. Okay. 2, reconsider the circumstances of the COVID-19. Okay, I have talked to Kimberly about this. As everybody knows, I have been trying to go with science, and it appears that science is telling us that it's okay to meet. In my conversations with Kimberly, she said the county was not really prepared for us yet. So I would like to continue the virtual only through at least the end of next meeting. And to that extent, because we don't have a clear direction, to that extent, I make that as a motion. Is there anybody that wants to second that, please?
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion, please?
Nope.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, we also have Roman numeral 2, same one. Okay, agenda status report. I would like to have a discussion at the end of this meeting about the start time for these longer agendas. Let's see how it goes. Last time it was about a 7-hour meeting with 14 items. Let's see what happens with 12, and then let's figure that out. That's number 1. Tip, are you on?
Yes, I'm on.
I felt that Tip made an excellent recommendation to the board, and I'd like him to repeat it because neither Claire nor Elida were with us at that time.
Thank you, John. So, as our meetings are getting longer and longer, and I think that we need to help to keep it really efficient in terms of timing. So I thought that maybe we don't need to repeat, other board members' comments. If you agree with the previous comments, and you might say so and move on to your own additional comments if you have any. And that's probably one of the ways that we can really move the meeting to be a little more efficient.
Excellent. So just be as brief as we can, I think, is to summarize what Tip said. Thank you, Tip. We have 12 items on this agenda. We had 14 on the last one. I took 2 breaks for that. Today, I'd like to suggest we take 1 break of about 5 minutes after item 6. That'd be about a 5-minute break. Is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, good. So we can stretch our legs at that point. Minutes, I did not see any in the inbox. Do we have any?
I didn't see-
Kimberly, Sharon?
You do not.
I would like to make a motion to continue both the January 27th and the February 3rd minutes to a future meeting. Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion on that?
No, I do have one item. I'm going to be leaving at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Another element that I need to deal with. So I just want everybody to know. I think we have quorum, so we're all good.
Yeah, it looks like we do. Thank you,
John,
Yes.
are we skipping agenda status report?
Bill. I think we're doing that right now.
We're on it now.
Oh, okay. Well, usually it comes before minutes. That's why I interrupted.
And the start meeting and Tip and the break were under agenda status report. And
I'm sorry. I didn't understand that. Okay.
And Sharon, is there any change? I apologize for not asking.
No, thank you.
Okay, so
And
now,
John,
yes,
and I
yes,
also will need to step down on item number
5.
5 and item number
12,
numbers 11.
11. Okay, very good. Okay, excellent. Item number 4, Montecito consent. Bill Wolf, John Watson, and Claire Gottstanker reviewed that. Bill, do you want to summarize what happened on that, please?
Yeah, we reviewed the finished plans, final plans, and gave it approval as
No, we
submitted.
recommend approval.
We recommend approval for both architectural and landscape. They had all the details and everything looked good, so.
Claire, do you have any comments about that, please?
No, I think at the time I reviewed the plans and everything looked pretty good to me.
And would either of you like to make a motion for final?
I'll make a
approval?
motion for approval of item C1, Lion, new single-family dwelling. I'll make a motion for approval of that.
And I'll second that.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion, please? It is on final, so we do not have to ask for public comment. All those in favor, please?
I,
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, item number V5, members' informational briefings. As everybody knows, Sam Mathis resigned or retired is probably a better word at the end of last year. We have a new landscape person with us, Elida Aldrich. Elida, would you like to take just a minute or so to introduce yourself, please?
I'm thrilled to be part of you. John and I started talking about this last June, and it's been an exciting road. A little bit of background, I came up from LA about 30 years ago and have been in Montecito since, a longtime resident. I started my practice here in Santa Barbara 26 years ago and have participated pretty much all over Santa Barbara, kind of exclusively in Montecito. I was lucky enough in the beginning to win some awards from Montecito Beautification in Santa Barbara and San Ynez. Also, when COVID started, I took the opportunity, I was teaching a class through City College in landscape design, and also wrote a column every quarter in the Montecito Journal on landscaping and gardening, which was wonderful. I'm also a board member of the Architectural Foundation of Santa Barbara. And in the past, I was a board member of our local Y. But I'm looking forward to meeting you all, maybe in person soon. And thank you. And then thank you, John.
Thank you, Elida. I look forward to hearing from you, and I'm sure the other members do too.
Yes.
Welcome to the board.
Did anybody do or anything over the last month or so that would like to make a quick statement, comment?
I went to Peru and I came back.
We're glad you're back, Claire.
And would you rather be here or there?
I am absolutely loving being home. You know, it was as I've mentioned to a couple of other members, John, it was a very, very hard trip. I mean, I was gone for 4 weeks, and half of it was great. That was learning Spanish from my 3-year-old twins, who actually now are speaking English, because every morning they would climb into bed with me and we would learn Spanish and English together. It was extraordinary. The other half of the trip was all about business, hiring a lawyer, trying to get the renters out of my house who are now kind of squatters. So I had to go to court, and that was not fun. You know, and this was all during COVID. And the one thing I made a little note to myself, what was extraordinary is that there is no human being that I came across during all of my travels in the Lima airport, into Cusco and into the mountains and everything. There was not one human being who was not wearing a friggin' mask. It was unbelievable, you know. So that's kind of what I was doing for the last month.
Excellent. Thank you, Claire. Staff update, Roman numeral number 6. Kimberly?
Nothing to update the MBAR on now.
Okay, so I am ready to launch into the main agenda. Item number 1, conceptual review.
May I interrupt for a half a moment?
Sure.
Sharon,
Yeah,
Is it still a video problem? Because I've seen Bill and I've seen Tip and I've seen John.
no, I don't know what everyone else is doing, but I've allowed it. John, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, so I'm having a hard time when I need to like say something and I'm not being recognized. And then I end up streaming and I don't want to do that. So I think we should, when we need your attention, I'm going to call you Mr. Chair. That way we know that we need your attention. And it's not just you, it's everyone's talking at one time. So I think that could lead to a smoother meeting as well. If we want to talk, we need to ask for permission.
Okay.
And
Claire,
then
I,
expressing you and asking you for permission. That way, everyone isn't talking over each other. It's frustrating. What I wanted to say, Mr. Chair, was I'd appreciate it if everyone, when not speaking, would mute themselves just because of the background noise. You know, we tend to forget that our mics are picking up everything and broadcasting it, and it just makes it for a really distracting and noisy meeting. That's all. Thank you, John.
thank you. Okay, are we ready for item number 1, please? Everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so item number 1, 595 Picacho Lane, on for conceptual review. Is there anybody here for that, please?
Yes, I'm Dale Pekarik from the Fine Line. Also in the background, I have Mr. Tom McCormick, the owner, as well as Billy Lehman, the owner, who would like to weigh in if need be. Other than that, they'll sit on the sideline and listen to the meeting.
Okay. Please go ahead, make your presentation. We have 12 items. Please try to keep it as brief as you can.
Okay, we have the building that we're proposing to do remodel on. There's 4 buildings on the property. The main building, which was built in 1933, there was a chauffeur's quarters, which we call the office building now. That was built in 1941. And then there was the pool cabana, which was built in 1955, which we are converting into an exercise room. And then in the lower left corner that you see there on the north west side there, that is a horse stables that were built in 1967, converted in 1981 to a guest house. That will be part of our remodel conversion as well as the main house. Going into the project itself, starting with the main residence, what we're looking to do is principally do a little bit of addition to the main residence, primarily to the east side of the property. The shaded area, there is a existing 3-car garage that has a porte cochere. The porte cochere will be infilled with a new mudroom, laundry room, etc. In a double cross-haired area just below the word garage. That one bay, we will be converting that into a wine room. So the entire area will be converted into the residence. And internally, we are getting rid of those bay window areas right there. Those are not part of our new idea and layout. That area to the north, the wing of the house, it is principally where we're doing internally all of our reconstruction. There are 2 bedrooms, bathroom, a kitchen, a butler's pantry, etc. Now we're making it one large open room. And internally, externally, you'll see that the house literally stays the same and looks the same as we go forward. All the windows throughout the entire residence will be replaced with new, Arcadia window. There's steel windows, and the other major portions of the house will remain the same. The only other major reconstruction area or internal reconstruction, it'll be the master suite or the master bedroom down to the lower part of the page that you're looking at, it be on the southwest side of the house. That will be remodeled. The den, the gallery, the living room, the family room, the stairways, that core of the house will remain as is. We are also introducing at the main house, right in the courtyard, we're adding a new trellis system, which will be out of steel. And we're also introducing a new swimming pool in that area. The old swimming pool will be abandoned, filled in. It'll be some sort possibly of a sports court or just left as a patio. On the second floor of the main house, we're looking to expand the second floor to the east. There are 3 bedrooms up there and 1 bathroom. And what we're looking to do is expand the bedrooms, add an additional bathroom and 2 walk-in closets to 2 of the secondary bedrooms. That addition that we're adding on to the east side is approximately 5 feet 6 inches from the existing house. On the first floor of the addition, the kitchen will be remodeled and relaid out, and we will add a 5'6" deep, also a butler's pantry to the east side to help support the new extension that we have at the second floor. That is principally what we're doing on the main house. What we're also looking at the main house is adding, excuse me, texture and wood siding to the exterior. Not everywhere, just here and there on the exterior. And that looks to be the existing that you're showing now. What it looks like presently, that's also existing presently in A10. There you go. You can see where we're adding a vertical siding to the exterior of the house. That's a 1x6 V groove. Then we're adding, introducing Santa Barbara sandstone, actual stone cut in place in areas around the house. The rest will be a stucco all the way around. We're at the main house, the entire main house will be getting a new standing seam metal roof. Of course, all the doors and windows that you see in this plan were all going to be new. The Arcadia windows that I mentioned earlier, they will be both the French doors, and we have a few sliding doors. So we're keeping everything the same throughout. That's existing right there. In that photograph, you'll see there's a trellis system. That trellis system will be going away. The shape of the house that you see is literally the same. Once again, the bay windows on the left-hand side will be going away, but the windows are in the same location, same style. That is an area where we're doing the extension right there that, if you would say, be enclosed, but we cannot use that structure there because the structural engineer found it to be inadequately constructed, so that has to go away. And then we're reconstructing that, and by doing so, we will be infilling. Those windows down below will be in the same position. That is the existing garage that you see on that photograph. And to the left, almost to the center of the photograph, is the entrance of the porte cochere, which we will be infilling. So the roof lines will all stay the same. This is an area where we're eliminating the bay windows there, and just straightening out the walls and cleaning up right where that soft water system is. That will be enclosed. That'll be, if we take the face of the garage that's behind us in the photograph, it runs into that wall, and that'll all be squared away, and the wall will be straightened out there. And going on to the other buildings, I want to say what we call the office, which they call the chauffeur's quarters, that literally, and that is the building on the lower 4 elevations, that will remain the same, other than on the west elevation, those French doors will be doors that we are using from the main house that were there, to just reuse them. Those windows will all be the same, remain as is, as well as the siding and the roofing all remain the same. On the pool cabana, the building, siding, et cetera, will remain the same. All the windows will be replaced, both on the north and the south elevation. There is a covered seating area that will be enclosed, and we are introducing doors there, so that all becomes an internal part, and it'll all be part of an exercise room area. And on the south elevation, you'll see a single man door that is an existing bathroom, and that will remain a bathroom. And then on the office area, we call it office up there, it'll be actually the guest house. And that guest house right there is the old stables that has a covered roof on it now. And what we're doing is it has a post and beam system, and we're bringing the wall to us, or towards the south, and you reutilizing those 3 French doors, that window, and then the window, the new French doors to the left were an old garage door, and that will become French doors. Where the garage was becomes a bedroom, and the other, where the 3 French doors are, will just remain a great room that it was originally. We are introducing a few windows. The 2 windows on the west elevation will be new, and the 2 windows on the north elevation will be new. The south elevation, east elevation remains the same, other than the extension. The line of the roof, it remains the same on east and west, and the infill on the office side will just be all stucco. The roof material will remain the same. That is it in a nutshell. And going forward, we're also hoping that we can get somewhat of a preliminary approval as well. We also have colors. If you wish, we can introduce those colors, the palette that we have selected for all the buildings to be one and the same when it's all said and done.
Okay, thank you. So, questions? Members of the board, yes? Okay, questions. So, Tip,
Questions. Thank you. Oh, matter of fact, I do have one. What's the FAR?
0.98.
Thank you.
Anything else, Tip?
Nope. Thank you.
Don Sharp, please.
Okay.
Don Sharp, please.
He's muted.
Don, are you
No
muted?
questions.
Okay, excellent. Claire?
Well, my question actually, I mean, and he just pulled it up and it says 98. I'm confused about that because given all of the square footage that we're adding, my calculations come a little bit higher, and it may be just the way it was calculated, but can somebody explain why the square footage is added? It makes the house 8,034 square feet. That wouldn't fit the 98. So I'm just maybe John, you could explain that to me. What am I missing? Why does this seem to be under, an approvable given the amount of square footage that we're adding to the property?
Let's deal with that under comments, okay?
Oh, okay.
Do you have any other questions, please?
No, that was my question. I mean, we skipped over the FAR in the beginning of the presentation, and so that's why I'm asking a question.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. David, please.
No questions, John. Thank you.
Bill Wolf.
Yeah, Dave, could you go to 810 again real quick? Questions about the elevation, the new elevation. Are you on your siding where you have wood? Are you wrapping corners and
No, not all the cases. Some will die into just at the corner. We don't have some places that wrap around the corner. I understand what you're speaking. The only place that it would wrap around the corner would be on the south elevation to the left. That will wrap around the corner.
So the courtyard west elevation there, that upper floor, that not turn on the left or on the
Correct.
corner.
Correct.
It does not wrap the corner,
Yes, you are correct in that.
and then it doesn't wrap the other side either. So it stops at the corner there, that wood siding on the left of the west elevation.
Yes.
Okay. And then the roofing on the cabana and the little outbuildings, what is that material?
That is a concrete shake that will remain just the way it is.
Okay. And last question, are you doing any landscaping with this?
We will be doing some minor landscaping. Most everything we're doing is within the house. And the only area that we're looking at doing is there's a pool, which is a big lawn area. And basically that will partially become, just a walking area. And none other, the gardens are absolutely beautiful condition, and we're saving that as much as possible. There's beautiful stonework, etc. So preservation is key on this project.
And then back to that quick elevation there, Dave, A10. The front elevation, there's kind of a unusual trellis thing that they've got. That's all coming off, though. It's got the metal on the old original.
Yes.
The photo, that all gets pulled off. Is that?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. Okay, that was it. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Bill. Elida, do you have any comments? Questions?
No.
Thank you. And I want to follow up on Bill's a little bit. If somebody were to say the material palette on this project seems a little confusing and that there's not a single consistent architectural approach, does that seem like a reasonable comment, or do you have why is that not a reasonable comment? Dale.
What we're trying to do is introduce a little bit of siding to make it a little bit more country, modern feel to the plan. But if we start wrapping in one place, it's sometimes hard to continue the entire building, and we don't want to go down the road. We want to preserve as much of the existing stucco work that is there, but introduce something that would create a little bit new flavor to the building to bring it, I would want to say, into the 21st century. In the styling that we have nowadays, in color. For example, the standing seam metal roof will be a, what did we call it? A smoky, a storm gray color. So it'll be not black, but it'll be a nice gray. The windows will be a bronze anodized. The window, the wall, both wood and stucco, they were going to be a, the color is called millstone, which is a soft white, and it's not a bright white in any way, shape, or form. And of course, all the stonework will be definitely sandstone, cut sandstone that we have locally, hopefully harvested right from Santa Barbara.
Okay, thank you. There is a comment letter, please. Bill, excuse me, Dave, can you find that? It is here. Basically what this gentleman is saying is that there are some very bright lights, I guess security lights on the eaves, and he has asked us to review that and make sure that the lighting is appropriate for Montecito, and that he suggests that a hedge is needed on the west side of that building down in the lower left-hand corner of the drawings. There's also a historical report, and The bottom line conclusion of that is that this project is not eligible for any designation or preservation. So, given that, is there anybody else that would like to address the board on this? Anybody attending the meeting, please? Okay, so I will close public comment. So now back to comments. We are at concept tip, please.
Well, I really don't have any objection or other comments. I think that it's a nice, modest improvement, and I think it ends in well with the existing house. So I think I'm good with the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Don, Sharp, please.
I'm very concerned about not having an adequate termination at corners of wood and plaster. And I feel very strongly about that there should be a column introduced or some meaningful wraparound, not just a wrapping around for a couple of feet. So I think that's very important. Secondly, we'll get into the lighting, but it's very important that that be taken care of also. Thank you.
Claire Gostanker, please.
Well, I still have my question. It is that if the existing house is, we're adding 1,185, that puts the total house at 834, which I don't see how that 98 FAR could be accurate. I just don't get the no. I mean, that's what my question was before, and you said you would deal with it at comment. So I'm asking, Mr. Chair, why are my numbers off, or what's going on with the FARs?
Claire, I did not go back. As you know, I sometimes go back and check FARs and stuff. I did not do it on this project. What I am going to do is ask the planner to carefully review the FAR before the next meeting. I don't know any other way to do it.
Oh, okay, fine. I mean, because I can't, I mean, if it's 8,034 square feet that we're approving, I can't go that far because I don't have an accurate, the FAR says it's only 98%. That's not, the numbers don't add up, and
Okay.
we're also adding 1,185 square feet to the building. We're also adding, close to 500 to the guest house and another 200. So the numbers are just really confusing to me, and I'm not going to be able to, comment on the project that's what we do now at this point. The conceptual is dealing with the numbers, and the numbers aren't matching up for me.
Okay, do you have any comments about the architectural quality of the project at this point, or no?
No.
Claire? Okay, very good. Thank you. We'll get that taken care of, Claire. David, please.
I'm going to agree with the comments from Bill and from Don regarding the wood siding. I also am concerned about how the steel doors and windows are detailed with that siding moving forward. There doesn't appear to be any trim, and so that's my biggest concern right now. Otherwise, I think it's a nice update of the existing house, and I would ask the applicant to address the two issues the neighbor mentioned, the lighting and the hedge screening for that guest house. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Bill Wolf, please.
Yeah, agree with Dave Mendro on the siding. I think I would suggest you restudy the siding and how it works. It seems like it's a bit of a mishmash. I would turn corners and maybe make more solid pieces feel like they were archival elements that got added onto instead of just finishes maybe stopping midstream. So I would recommend the siding, restudying the siding's materials and where it terminates and how it starts and stops. Otherwise, the architecture is fine, roof's good, windows good, the additions are fine, so the rest is acceptable to me.
Excellent, thank you. Lyda, please.
Not at this time.
Okay, and my comment, I want to also echo the siding, but in saying that, Dale, you made a reference to the color palette and the fact that it was not well represented on these drawings. So at the next meeting, I would like you to do a much more thorough presentation on color and how that might work and how that might integrate between the siding and the plaster, etc. So I don't think that this is a completed architectural project yet, and I think the mass bulk and scale is perfect, but the way in which it's being dealt with is not done as well as we could hope for.
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
did send in a color palette to our planner, Paige Rusa. and
We
I
don't have
know
it.
if
We
she
don't have it.
doesn't- Okay, that's.
Just please make sure it's there the next time. Okay, so we do not have a motion because it's conceptual. So I think that the two things that really need to be done is the studying of the materials, and Cassidy Walsh, please do a thorough review of the FAR and make sure that it is correctly shown on the drawings next time. It may be now, but please just double check that.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chair, my name is Billy. I'm one of the owners. Is now the appropriate time to respond about the lighting and the privacy hedge?
Could you get that onto the drawings the next time?
Yes, I mean, all I wanted to say is we always want to be excellent neighbors, and we will, of course, respond and make that neighbor happy. We don't want Eve lighting either, and I'm not even aware that it's there, but if it's there, it'll be gone, and he'll have his privacy hedge as well.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Please get that shown, Dale, on the drawings, just so we
Yes.
have that there. Thank you. Okay, item number 2, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. 1185 Delzura Drive. Is there anybody here for
Hello.
that project, please?
Yes, I'm here for that.
Okay, excellent. Would you,
Yes,
we
I
have a,
Actually, I'm actually having a.
Tip,
M-bond
Tip,
proceeding.
mute yourself.
Siding.
Okay, item number 2, we are on for preliminary and
Are you
final.
Dallas?
Tip, mute yourself. Okay, please go ahead.
Oh, no, it's cold here, it's down to 29 degrees.
Are you saying go ahead to me?
Yes.
Okay,
I have a
so-
board member that's not muted. Thank you.
Yeah, I can hear that. So can everybody hear me?
Yes.
No, it seemed like he said, but it seemed like he didn't pay the fee, so I guess I will reach out to him and.
Sharon, can you mute too?
Aaron,
Yeah, mute him.
muted.
Tip, stop, Tip. Mute yourself.
There you go. Okay, excellent. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, so this is a very small project and I'll be brief. It's a new patio with patio cover in the backyard of an existing residence. And everything is staying the same apart from the addition of the new patio and patio cover. The detailing is all matching existing. If you guys can go to, I think it's sheet 4. On the top elevation, that's the street elevation. You can, to the very right behind the trees, see where the patio will, apart from the trees closer to the road, it will not be visible at all. And we're matching all detailing and roof. If you go down to the second elevation, it's shown from the backyard. And it's showing the addition right there of the patio and patio cover next to the existing outdoor area that they already have. And it's matching as far as patio stone, we're cladding it in sandstone like they currently have on the patio. If we go to the bottom elevation, it's just a view from the side showing the addition of the patio cover in front of the existing house. The next sheet down shows just a brief section, with the assumed structure. My engineer has said that this is doable. And again, you can see I've added all the details from the existing house. Same colors, materials, everything. So I'm hoping you will approve it and send us on our way.
Excellent, thank you. Questions, please. Claire?
No questions.
Bill, please.
No questions.
Tip?
He's muted.
He's muted now.
It's a double-edged sword. Tip? Okay. David, please.
No questions, John, thanks.
Okay, and Elida? Questions? Elida?
No questions.
Thank you. Don Sharp, please.
Yes, one question. Did you say that the proposed structure is in the side yard setback?
It's not in the setback, but it's in the side rear yard.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it, Don? Don, is that all? Okay, I will assume it is. Okay, I have a question. I have a couple questions. Are you proposing any new landscaping between the property line and the covered patio, please?
So they currently have landscaping there and a little low stone wall, and it's all staying. They have a fence and a hedge to the neighbor, and it's all staying. We're not touching it at all.
And you're not proposing anything new, though? That was the
No,
question.
no.
Okay. Okay, and the second question is, are you aware that patio covers, solid roofs, are to be included in the FAR calculation?
No.
Okay. Public comment, please. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to address the board on 1185 Dozura Drive, please?
John, nobody has their hands up. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, and comments, Claire?
It looks like
Just before you get started, we're on for concept, preliminary, and final today. So just so you know where we are. Claire, please.
Yeah, no, I actually read that agenda, and it looks like a pretty straightforward project, and I have no problems. I'd be more than happy to make a motion for final approval on this one.
Okay, Bill?
I agree with Claire. I think there's enough detail in that section we can glean for what would be required for final approval.
Okay. Tip, are you back with?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Comments?
Yeah, I agree with Claire and Bill. It's
David?
I agree. I'm assuming that the FAR isn't going to be an issue.
No, it's not.
Yeah, okay. Yes, I agree.
Elida?
No comments.
David? Excuse me, Don?
No further comments. Thank you.
I am wondering if we should be asking for more landscaping on the west side. I know that Elida and Claire did not comment about that. Am I the only one?
Well,
Or-
well, if you go, I think that Mr. Mendro has got the thing I did look at an overhead, and there is landscaping all along that's existing. There's no room to put any more. There's plenty exactly along the property line there.
So you're
There's a-
comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that because it's got a hedge and then it's got trees on the property, right on the other, but, I don't see where we're gonna add, what the purpose of adding landscaping when there's already existing landscaping there.
Okay, excellent. So with that said, it sounds like everybody likes this project. We are on for both preliminary and final. Would somebody like to make a motion to that extent?
I'll make a
please?
motion for preliminary and final approval as
I'll
presented.
I'll second it.
And under a discussion, I would like to add that Veronica King ensure that the FAR calculation is correct for the record on the drawings.
John, could
Anybody-
I also add that the existing hedge screening is documented on the plans and noted to be preserved?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mendro.
So that would be the material, whichever kind of bush, the height of it, is that what you're asking for, David?
Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah, just to make sure that that hedge remains, if that's what we're depending on to screen the new covered porch.
Okay, so I have a motion with the hedge to be preserved, FAR to be well documented. Anything else, please?
One note just for future, if we can get photos from the planners on these properties, that would be really helpful.
I submitted photos. You should have photos.
Oh,
I know the planners don't send them always through to us, so.
maybe a note to Sharon if you can, Sharon, maybe make a note that they could include the photos in their submittals. That'd be great.
All those in favor, please. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Okay, motion
Mr.
carries.
Chair,
Yes, please.
there's a little bit of confusion in my mind. Who made the motion? Was it Claire?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 3. Thank you, board, for keeping this thing moving. Okay, so item number 3, 2775 Sycamore Canyon Road.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Steve. We have a long agenda. Please be brief. Thank you.
I will do that.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, I'm going to recuse myself from this project.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Don.
Okay, I will start with some background. There is an existing residence on the site, which my client plans on demolishing and building a new residence. But the first objective was to create an ADU, which they could live in while they rebuild the house. The ADU was to also include an attached garage, but we had to keep those two separate because, as you know, the ADU does not require design review and the garage does. So the ADU is already in the building department. So I am here for the garage today, but the plans show the entire context of the ADU and garage together. We could go to page 2, I guess it would be A 1.0. And so the ADU floor plan and part of the section is grayed out. So you're basically just looking at the floor plan of the garage that's being added to the ADU. And if we go to page A 2.0, there are the elevations. It's a very simple design, basically from inspiration photos provided to me by my client. And I see my client is in attendance at this meeting. So if you have any questions for him, he can answer them for you. The exterior is stucco, an off-white color. The windows are steel. The windows and doors are steel. The roofing is Tesla solar shingles. There's not much else to say about it. Wood garage doors. These are pictures of the existing conditions. Picture B, if we can zoom in on that, shows looking through the entry gate, and at the far back corner there, at that green fence, that's basically where the ADU and garage are going. let's see, the picture down from there would show you the existing residence. And we do have a historic report on that it's been very much altered over the years, so it no longer has any significance. And I guess we need to zoom out so I can identify the other pictures. So picture F is the view from where the garage and ADU are, and picture E is a close-up of the site where the garage and the ADU go. And so it observes a 10-foot side yard setback, and the ADU observes a 15-foot rear yard setback, which you can see on that site plan and photo key. So I think that's really all I can tell you about it. See if my client has anything that he would like to add. Mr. Bailey? Perhaps not. Oh, here he comes.
Yeah, I'm good, Steve.
He's good. Okay, so
Okay,
that
excellent.
concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you for being brief.
Sure.
Questions? Dave?
Is the entry gate part of your proposal?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't touch on that. That is part of the proposal. Those, they say cement plaster over CMU. Of course, it was January when I submitted these plans, so things may have evolved a little bit. My client would like to do those in exposed concrete with the form impression showing, and the gates are actually metal, not wood. And the gas lanterns would be sconces on those pillars instead of sitting on top of the pillars.
Oh, good.
Anything else?
Yes. It looks like, well, I don't know how we address that. I guess that's the ADU is actually encroaching within the rear yard setback, but we're not.
We have
reviewing
nothing
that.
to say about that.
Okay, that's all I've got, John.
Thank you. Claire, please.
Yeah, I want to go back to, I'm more interested in this entry gate and so according to the agenda, you're proposing 7-foot tall walls.
Correct.
I mean, normally 6 is, so is there some reason why you're going to 7-foot walls?
As my client's request, and they are back of the setback. So I think that it's, like I say, it was January since I did all my research, but I believe that's not an issue if they're behind the setback.
Anything else, Claire?
No.
Elida, please.
No.
Tip, please.
What is side yard setback for the garage?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Side yard setback for the garage.
The side yard setback is 10 feet, 10 feet, 6 inches.
So that is completely out of the setback.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bill Wolf, please.
Yeah, Steve, the walls there at the front, the walls that do encroach into the front setback, are those 6 feet? Is that what you were saying?
I think they stepped down.
They look a little shorter on the elevation there.
Yeah.
If you look at that
A 3.0.
3 sheet there, Dave,
Yeah.
and zoom to the right there a little bit. Move it.
Yeah, those are shorter.
Okay.
And maybe below that, there's, I don't know if it says that specifically.
So those might be six then at that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, they stepped down. Can I say something?
Sure.
The reason for the high walls is it's right on Sycamore Canyon where you get a lot of headlights coming down the road. And also our neighbors, where that wall would be adjoining to, have an 8-foot stucco wall right next to it. You can see in picture B.
A question to Kimberly. Do walls that are over 6 feet require some different kind of scrutiny, like planning commission or something like that? Or do they just, they go through the LUP or LUP typically, right?
That's correct. Outside of the front yard setback, the walls can be, I believe, 8 feet, gate post 10 feet. It does require a land use permit. Beyond that, then you're looking at a conditional use permit if they go taller than that. But if they're in the front yard setback, they have to be 6 feet or less.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was it, John. Sure.
And I have no questions. Okay, public comments. Is there anybody here in this meeting that would like to address the board on 2775 Sycamore Canyon Road, please?
There's nobody here, John. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll close public comment. We are on for concept. When I reviewed it earlier, I thought maybe we could get this onto the consent calendar for both preliminary and final, but that is my assessment. Let's go back through it. Dave Mendro, please.
Yeah, I think the garage is fine. It's outside of the setback, mass bulk and scales acceptable. The driveway gate I have some concerns about, but it's hard to review it since it sounds like the design has changed significantly. So I would reserve comment on it the next round, but as long as it's meeting the zoning requirements and the fire department requirements, I think the placement of the gate I can probably support, but would like to really see what the design evolves to.
Okay, thank you. Claire, please. Claire?
I kind of agree with Mr. Mendro's comments. You know, I mean, I'm struggling with understanding this gate, the gate and the wall and where it is and where it isn't and all of that. So I would like to see it back again.
Is that it? Claire? Claire, is that it?
Yes.
Thank you. Elida, please.
It's a newbie question. At what point would there be a landscape plan?
Next time.
Pardon?
Next time.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Yes, thank you.
Tip?
Well, I guess I agree with all the previous comments. Beautiful garage. Thank you.
Bill, please.
Yeah, I agree with the previous comments as well. I think it probably has to come back to the full board though, at this point, being that we don't have landscape. And with the adjustments that you're talking about doing, Steve, with the lamps on the pilasters and showing the heights of the sidewalls, et cetera. But other than that, the garage is good. I could approve its location of the gate and the wall and everything else.
Okay. And actually, now that I'm hearing everything about the change in the gate design, the heights and things, I think it should come back for preliminary and final to the full board. And with them to study the gate and the wall heights, and you provided no landscaping plan whatsoever around that garage. I think we are owed that. So please provide that as a minimum. Anything else?
And what's going to happen around this wall and gate? I mean,
yes,
that's
you,
on the
Claire.
street. That's.
Thank you. So adequate landscape plan, all details, everything, please, next time. Or we'll just get you going, keep you going. So keep.
Don't want that.
Yeah, keep your work going. Okay, anything else?
No, thank you all.
Okay, and I just want to say again for the record, Don Sharp recused himself on this project. Okay, item number 4, 805 Park Lane West.
Chair John?
Yes.
I am going to step down for the rest of the meeting.
Bill, thank you so much for your help.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of the week.
Thank you all.
Okay, bye.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Okay, who is here for this? Megan, your name is on the agenda. Are you here or somebody else?
John,
Okay.
I am here. I'm here with Daryl Becker from Becker Studios to present on
Okay.
behalf of 805 PLW LLC.
And as I have said to everybody, we have a long agenda. Please be brief if you can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this parcel actually was previously entitled by Bob Easton in 2015. There's never been a development on the site. It is adjacent to a FEMA floodway, but since there was no house on the parcel, it wasn't affected by the Thomas Fire debris flow. The prior plans that Bob Easton entitled, they were no longer viable though due to the BFE issues or AFE issues that arose after the debris flow. So we took an innovative approach to designing a contemporary home that we felt was compatible with the neighboring homes. Immediately to the south, there's a contemporary home, and just up the street on Park Lane West, there is a contemporary home as well. You can see we're looking at the site photos right now. To give you some more context, we can zoom in on the lower one on the right hand bottom right. Yeah, exactly. That is of the trail easement that runs through the property, and you do see a glimpse of the house to the south, which has a similar materials as we're proposing. You see there's board form concrete walls and there's metal roof. So we're kind of trying to emulate that same style to feel compatible with the neighborhood. Go ahead and zoom out, and I just want to show a couple of these other photos here. Sorry. So let's zoom into the third row of photos. That shows more of the site topography and some of the nature on the site. There is a development envelope that we are confined to on this site. It was established when the prior entitlements were processed. The site is immediately adjacent to the creek, so it is sloped. So our design intent was to basically step the house to emulate the natural existing grade. If we want to go to the site survey, or actually a site plan, it's PDF page 4. Perfect. Zoom in a little bit, and I want to just highlight on the driveway, we're removing an existing oak tree and relocating it. You'll see an X marked at the top of the driveway, and if you scroll down slightly to extend the view of the site plan, there's a circle indicating where we relocated that oak tree. The blue line shown on the site plan is the development envelope. So you'll see on the west, it looks like we are building outside of the development envelope, but that's actually a cantilevered deck. There's a cantilevered roof element and a deck that extend out. Aside from that, the only other elements that are outside of the development envelope are required, which is the pedestrian path to the main entrance, and then also the driveway down into the basement garage area. We are proposing some retaining walls outside of development envelope as well. That's strictly for privacy and safety. The house is located adjacent to the trail, so there is a lot of foot traffic. Go ahead and let's move on to the next sheet, which is PDF page 5 there. Perfect. So this is our garage basement. The core area of this in the middle there, that's all open, and it's open. You see out through to the creek, through to San Ysidro Ranch on the other side. On the right side of the page here, you have our garage basement, which is over 50% sunk into the grade. On the opposite side, we have a basement that is not completely sunk into the grade because the natural topography slopes downwards towards the south. We want to go to the next sheet. So we're proposing the main residence itself is approximately 3,900 square feet. It's relatively modest for a lot of homes in the neighborhood, 3 bedrooms. This is our cantilever deck you see off the back there. So that's free floating. It doesn't have any footings or anything in the development envelope. Go ahead and go to the next page, which is our second floor. We are proposing a green roof on the southerly side of the second floor. And then on the opposite side is the primary suite. In between those two elements is an open patio. Let's go ahead to the next one, page 8. This is the view. This would be the view if you're standing on the opposite side of the creek. You'll see in the middle here, this is kind of a cartoony elevation. We'll get into the site sections which better describe it. But on the left of the sheet here, that's the garage basement that's sunken below grade. And then on the opposite side, that's the storage basement. And then above that, we actually need these elements because that allows the whole house to sit above the AFE, 2 feet above the AFE. We consulted with flood control early on in the process, as well as Ashley and Vance, to determine A, that the parcel was out of the FEMA floodway, and B, that it was developable. I know there was a comment letter indicating that the parcel wasn't developable, but that is not accurate. We have a material board at the end of the sheet, but our whole goal here is to, even though the house is contemporary, we're really wanting to use more natural looking elements, Santa Barbara sandstone, board formed concrete to match the house down the street, and lots of landscaping, green roof. So it just really feels sunken into nature. If we want to go to page 9, please. Zoom in. So this is the elevation that you would see from Park Lane West. That is the entry gate and the pedestrian gate outside. You'll see the wall is stepped, and here you can really see the existing grade, how it is sloped downwards towards the south. And we intentionally stacked the second story above where we're proposing the basement to be completely submerged under the grade. So it's stacked, it works with the contours of the land. Because of this, the height varies. The tallest portion of the building is about 33 feet, and then on the opposite side is about 21 feet. Go ahead to the next sheet. And so the top elevation is the north elevation. You can see the dashed line below with the garage basement below there. We have a 10-foot plate height on the entry level and then a 9-foot plate height above. We're using a 35-foot height limit. The parcel is not located in the hillside overlay, so that's the applicable height limit. Go to the elevation below, perfect. And again, you'll see the grade stepping downwards towards the creek here. We have our site walls and the existing chain link fence at the trail easement, and the site walls are stepped just so they're stepped with the natural grade. Go to the site sections on the next sheet. And here is probably the most valuable piece of information to really see what's going on with the grades. Go ahead and zoom in on the top one. Yeah. So the basement is stacked into the hillside. It's over 50% of the basement is submerged within the grade. Above that is our 502 finished floor elevation, and 10-foot plate height, 9-foot plate height. And we do have the dashed lines here on the plan that say the new grade versus the existing grade. So you do see how the basement is merged in the grade. And this is site section through middle of the house. Same thing, you see the new and existing grade, but this is through the middle of where the open carport area is, or the driveway.
Megan, can I interrupt? Can
Yeah,
somebody, can everybody that is not speaking, please mute yourself? Thank you. Thank you, Megan.
Great, thanks. So the open basement area, it's completely open. On the opposite side, that's where the storage basement is, and that is above grade. But again, that's where we're not stacking a second story. You just see the second story based on where this section line is taken. Go ahead and go to the last section at the bottom. What were you talking about? Okay. Perfect. So this is facing the other way, looking towards that submerged basement. Again, varied grades. Right now, the height limit based on the basement grade, which is cut into the hillside, not the existing grade, is 32 feet as referenced here. Now, if we want to go to the reference imagery. So this is the general look and feel we're going for. Lots of woods to just wood and sandstone to soften the contemporary nature of the building and just make it feel like it is part of the land. And then the last sheet, we have a hyper-realistic rendering and then snippets of the proposed material palette. We are proposing the site walls to be snap tie concrete and stone veneer on certain elevations where it just feels balanced, balancing the harsh concrete with the warm stone, warm wood gates, warm pedestrian gate, and also the eaves underside of the upper level. And then in select areas, we are proposing a smooth troweled stucco in a taupey color that blends in with the earth. And go ahead and scroll to the final page, and I'll let Derek or William from Arcadia Studios touch on the landscape plan, if they're on. They should be. Doesn't sound like they're on, so we will discuss it. They are proposing a new privacy hedge around the trail, which would be stepped in front of the site walls, just for additional privacy buffer between the trail and the house. We are proposing a new underground pool near the south end of the property, and down below, natural landscaping open in the backyard area, no grading or anything. It would just be strictly hydro-seeded natural landscaping. And do you want to touch on the landscape plan?
No, yes. At the front of the house, we're planting some large specimen trees, both in front of the wall and as well as in front of the two-story elements. The intention is to nest the house into the hillside and into the natural landscape. So the types of trees would be woodland type trees when we get to that point.
And just one last thing I didn't touch on when we started our presentation. I just wanted to mention that we are consulting with Mark De La Garza to get a biologist report to discuss impacts of the project. From that respect, we haven't received it yet, but that's something that will come back when we come back for our next review meeting. We've been consulting with Ashley and Vance Engineering for the grading. We don't have a conceptual grading plan yet, but conceptual grading numbers are 500 cubic yards of cut and 300 cubic yards of fill. And I think that wraps it up. Thank you for letting us share, and look forward to
Mr. Chair, can we see the FAR, please? I think it was on the first sheet and it just got rolled by.
Oh, yes, the FAR. So thank you, Claire. We are slightly over the FAR. We're at 102. And we did a study of neighboring properties and did find this to be relatively within the same range of nearby properties. That our FAR study didn't get included on this submittal, but it will be included on our next submittal.
Okay, so thank Megan. Daryl, are you done?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, question. I know we have a comment letter, and I just want to make sure that everybody remembers we're going to have story polls on this project at some point. So just to remember that. Okay, questions. David, please. David, you're muted.
No questions, John. Thanks.
Tip.
Yes, we have a rough amount of cut and fill.
Yes, 500 cubic yards cut, 300 cubic yards fill.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, very good. Don, please. Don Sharp.
No questions. Thank you.
Excellent. Claire.
No questions.
Elida.
I'm curious as to the caliber or the canopy on the oak that you're thinking of transplanting.
It's a 15-inch oak. I'm not sure the breast diameter height is 15 inches, not the actual drip line overall size, but we can get that information our next go around.
Thank you.
Is that it, Elida?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I've got a couple of questions. Is this project, does it have a 16-foot drop in grading from the residence?
No, it does not. We did study that section of code. We understand that when there is a 16-foot or greater drop within 100 feet of the residence, that the height limit is different, but it is just under that threshold.
It would, okay, very good, thank you. It appears that there might be 3 stories of building here. Is there anything that qualifies for 3 stories of building here?
No, because we intentionally stacked the residence with the existing grade. The basement level, which it doesn't qualify, the garage basement level doesn't qualify as a first story because it's over 50% under the existing grade.
Okay. Kimberly, are you there? I don't know the exact language of that portion. Is Megan correct about that, please? Kimberly? Kimberly?
I apologize. Yes? Can you repeat the question?
Okay, Meg, I questioned about 3 stories. She said that the quote unquote basement level is more than 50% underground. Does that disqualify it as consideration as a 3rd story?
There's a certain percentage that must meet that qualification. I'd have to run the numbers to confirm, but yes, you can. If you have a mostly below grade basement, it won't be treated as a story.
Excellent, thank you, Kimberly.
Even though the garage is in that.
Yeah,
Correct, provided that there is a majority or percentage below grade.
So, okay, and the
So
last
one portion can be exposed, but a significant portion has to be buried.
And the last question I have is, I don't see any guest parking. Do you have guest parking on here?
There's 3 spaces in the garage, and then the motor court is where guests would park.
Motor court.
Open area in between the garage and basement storage.
Okay. Those are all my questions. We have a comment letter, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I have the gentleman who was part of that comment letter.
Okay.
Mr. Charlie, would you like to speak to your letter?
Please unmute yourself if you're not.
Hey, Charlie, can you unmute yourself? I know your hand is up. Justin, I saw that your hand was up earlier. Did you want to speak?
He was trying to, this is Derek. I was supposed to be on. He was just trying to be my surrogate while I was logging on.
Oh, thanks, Steve.
Okay, public comment. Is there anybody that wants to address the board on this, please?
Charlie, you're gonna have to unmute yourself, please. Otherwise, we'll just read your letter.
Okay, so we live directly across from the proposed project and are concerned about its potential impact.
I think we finally figured out how to unmute ourselves.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Please.
I apologize. It took us so long.
That's okay.
I'm here with my husband, Charlie Garamani, and we did have a couple of comments we wanted to make. First, we wanted to note that the structure that's proposed is larger than any of the adjacent properties, while the lot size is by far the smallest, as it's less than an acre.
We can send a list.
And we can send you a list of
all the properties.
And their lot sizes and square footages. Secondly, kind of as a side note, although there is a contemporary home that is south of the proposed property, the three other closest properties are Spanish style stucco with tile roofs. And I think you should also note that the so-called proposed relocation of the large oak tree has already been accomplished. And I think you might want to take a look at that because it was done on a 3-day period. And I fear for its safety, for its survival. But is there anything else you want to add? Yes, and we were wondering at the level at which the walkout basement would actually be, as well as the overall height, like the finished elevation of the roof, which we couldn't really tell from the plans.
Okay. Is that it for you two, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. If you could mute yourself just so we can keep it quiet. It's not that we, okay, thank you. Okay, so we're up to, I'd like, anybody else? So I close public comment. So again, I want to remind you, we will have a site visit with story polls. So Dave, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, am I unmuted? Yeah.
No, you're good. I can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay. In general, I think this is a challenging site, especially given the flood control constraints and the way they've structured the house over the basements, which are buried. From what I can tell from the plans, could be a good solution for this property. I'm not opposed to the contemporary style of the house. I will look forward to seeing the neighborhood when we go to see the story polls to see how the visual impact of this house will be on the rest of the neighborhood. But in general, I'm hesitant to comment anymore until we do see the story polls. My one request would be, and you may have already done this, is to study the grading and balance, of course, reduce the grading as much as possible, and also to balance on site as much as possible to minimize the impacts of the construction. But other than that, I think for now, I need to see the story polls to really comment any further.
Thank you, David. Tip, please. Tip?
Are you calling me?
Yes.
Thank you, John. Well, I agree with all the comments from Dave, and I want to add a couple of things. It's I definitely like the inspirational images, but I find it, at least for me, very difficult to understand the project with the mixture of the drawings between the CAD drawings and the rendering. So for me to better the project, I recommend that you come back with some 3D SketchUp drawings that can give us a better picture of the house from all angles. So as of now, because of that, I really can't comment on what I've seen, and story polls will help. Thank you.
Don Sharp, please.
Thank you. We did a site visit with one of the prior projects on this site, I believe, and this was very informative, and I think we have to do likewise for this project. I do not object to the contemporary nature and think it could potentially be a good project. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire.
Well, it's kind of interesting. I think it's too long ago, but I actually worked on this site with Bob Easton years ago. But I don't think I think it's past the conflict. But the other thing that I think it's absolutely imperative that we have a site visit to, and for the entire board to really understand this house in this site. Very, very difficult through there. And but I think that this is a great solution to this very, very difficult lot.
Thank you, Elida.
Nothing further.
Okay, Megan, are you there? I don't see you. Okay, I would like you to make sure about Hillside Ridgeline, and please go over that in detail with the planner. And the guest parking, I don't believe that you can have guest parking behind a garage door. So please make sure about that. In terms of a site visit, I think it's going to be imperative to see it. And the 3D model suggestion, I believe Tip said that, I think is extremely useful for this particular project, but it must also include the grading or the finish grade and how this house is going to sit in that. I know it's going to take a little bit of money to create that, but to really understand it. So I'm happily disposed of this project, but it seems like it's pushing every last portion of the envelope and things like that. So I just want to make sure. Now, members of the board, what do we want to see in terms of story polls, please? Should we go to the site plan, David, all the way up? Thank you. Or second, whatever it is, yeah. So the tallest roof is where the word new residence is. I know a lot of times we'll just say that's enough. Is that true for this, or do we need something more than that, please? Comments?
We also need the green roof area. I think that's a 2-story portion sticking out.
Okay.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to say, this green roof area, because ultimately, yes, looking at this particular, but the fact is that we're going to need to, that's going to need to be marked to understand the impact of the whole structure, because much of it is underneath all of this.
Okay, so
the height out of the ground of that area is pretty high, is going to be pretty high from what I remember from this site.
Okay, and then over the new residence, there is a little area, I'm not sure which way north is on this drawing, but above that, do we also want to pick up that small piece up there or not? Anybody?
That would be kind of north, John. I mean.
Okay, so how's everybody feel about that?
Yeah, I think you do that, and then the residence, and I don't know, the deck and the green roof area. That would.
I don't know that we need the deck, but I think that the green roof definitely. Does everybody agree?
Well,
with that?
I'm just saying because it actually, that is the structure. including the deck, is what I'm saying.
Anybody else?
John, because we had story poles before, I would be interested to know if the neighbor above who was objecting, who no longer owns that house, I believe, that there be a little compromise or discussion between the two owners to see what their concerns are, if any. Thank you.
Okay, well, one of the reasons I think we have story poles is it brings neighbors out that otherwise aren't concerned when they see it up. It may or may not do that. So is everybody clear about what the story poles are about?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, could you summarize for me? We were a little all over the place.
Okay, so David, can you show people where you believe they are, and we will say yay or nay?
Sure. So the new residence, the green roof, and this portion here.
That's what my understanding is. Does everybody else concur with that?
I concur.
Yeah,
with
that's fine.
Yes.
Okay. Tip, anybody? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. So we will see you next time. And I think that will get us a long way to understanding this building.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you for staying quick on this project too.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, recommendations on what level of review?
Yeah.
Return for preliminary or further conceptual?
Further conceptual.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank
Don?
you.
Okay, further conceptual. Okay, thank you everybody for being so precise. Tip is out on this next project. So we
Thank
have
you.
number 1061 East Mountain Drive. So I don't know who's representing it. It says Zach on the agenda. Is that correct?
Hey there, yeah, Zach Hansen from the Warner Group here.
Excellent, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So this project is a new residence, a demo rebuild of an existing house in Montecito off of East Mountain Drive. So if we go into the FAR, which is on the first page, you can kind of start with that. So there's an existing residence on the property as well as a studio, which will both be demolished. And then we are proposing a new 3,600 square foot residence, a new 759 square foot garage, and also an attached 80, which I won't get much into. But we are around 95% FAR, so we are still under. If you want to go to the photos page, I can walk you through the site. So the site exists down a very quaint private road off of East Mountain Drive. We are the last property on the street, and it's a very quiet neighborhood. Kind of the main focus is the oak trees. One in particular is a magnificent 4-foot diameter oak, which you can see in that top right photo there. So that'll be kind of one of the focal points of the project. But it's a pretty long site. It slopes gradually from north to south, and it's very well naturally screened from any neighbors. So that's a big bonus for us. If you go to the site plan, we can talk about that. So one more. So here's our proposed site plan. Kind of goes from left to right would be north to south. So the building is pretty much oriented from the north to the south. We have our ADU at the top left, which is attached to the garage in the center, and then kind of the snaking single family dwelling on the right. And it culminates into a long swimming pool off the south end. essentially, we're showing the existing building here as well, which is dashed in red. So you can see the existing residence there. We're kind of right in the middle of where the proposed is. There's a carport and studio kind of off the right end. And then you can see the existing road, which is dashed in red as well. So one of the first elements of the site plan is reorienting the building. So we have a view of the mountains to the north. And then so the pool is oriented to the angle of the sun as well as the rear decks. In terms of, so the building kind of snakes through the property due to the oaks. So we kind of laid it out so we were affecting as little oaks as possible. So that's kind of the main features of the site plan. If you want to go to the elevations, which start on page 7. So here we are. This is the south elevation off, which is kind of off the pool. And the vernacular is kind of a modern farmhouse. We have these steep 8 and 12 pitch roofs, which mimic the old farmhouses, but we're doing it in a much cleaner and modern way. We're using standing seam metal roofs with metal windows and doors, and then a very smooth, clean plaster finish throughout. We're using a little bit of sandstone wainscoting for the patios as well as the patio walls. And there's actually a lot of sandstone on the site currently. So we're hoping to use that in the building construction. What else we got here? The central volume, which you can see with those kind of square clear story windows, pops up kind of as the largest element to bring light into the central space, as it's very, as we have covered patios on either side. So we kind of need some light from above to light those spaces. I also want to point out that we're sticking with a single story. That's kind of one of the design goals. So in the front of the residence, which you're seeing in that top image, that's the entry. So it's pretty much, on existing grade. And then if you look at the elevation below, you can see how the grade slowly slopes downwards, and we're about 8 at the southern end of the building below the finished floor at the northern end of the building. So you'll see this in the renderings on the next page, but there's a gym and a basement. If you go, so you can't really see it in these, but to the left of the pool where those two people are walking, there's a little underground gym area and storage basement. So that's essentially just a product of the grade naturally flowing from north to south. And that's really the only larger element in the project. I guess I'll finish up. We have already consulted with arborists, and we are getting a report done. And it seems so far that we are doing well with the oaks as the building snakes through them. So that's kind of one of our goals here. And we've also met with the fire department, so we're working with them to kind of give them what they want early in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Okay, questions? Don, please.
No questions. Thank you.
Excellent. David?
Yes. Have you calculated the amount of grading that's required for the project?
I've given a very estimated amount. I think we have about 300 cubic yards of cut and 300 cubic yards of fill, but the goal is to balance it on site.
And what's generating that cut?
Generating the cut, essentially the building itself, and mostly the pool area. Because it would essentially have to be sloping up above the pool, but that whole area is flat there, so that's kind of where most of the cut comes from.
So to create the flat pool terrace?
Right, yeah.
Okay. That's my question. Thank you.
Claire?
How many oaks are going to be removed in order to wind through this whole?
I don't
road?
think any. Our preliminary study.
Oh,
I think
really?
we
Good
have,
for you.
yeah, we have three. I think, yeah, two that are within 20%. I think one's at about 23 and one's at about 29. So those will be mitigated for. And then we have one which is at 19%. So it's right on the cusp. And we are proposing one tree for that. So I think we have a total of 5 trees that will be replanted on site. I don't think any have to be destroyed.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Okay. Elida?
No comment.
Okay, and I have a couple of questions. It appears that we have either a reality of 2 driveways or, sort of suggested of 2 driveways, one on the left of this drive, one on the right. Could you comment about that, please?
Are you talking about like the existing driveway where it's this like kind of like rotunda around the oak tree?
I'm looking below the pool. There is an area that looks like it's intended to be a driveway or something. Could you explain what that is, please?
Oh, no, that would just be landscaping. The only driveway would essentially be where we're showing the new gate, and then we have this big motor court here. But yeah, we're trying to reclaim most of that space to the right of the oaks, of that big oak, for landscaping.
Okay. And David, can you go up to the FAR sheet, please? And zoom in on it. Zach, I don't see the ADU on here.
Okay, I think what would maybe help is going to the perspectives.
No.
No.
I counted on the FAR sheet.
It's attached. So it's in the part 2 at the bottom.
I don't see
Well,
it
it says
on.
attached accessory dwelling unit, but there's no number by it.
Yeah, it says 641 there. New or addition.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, up there.
Yep. Because it's
Okay.
attached. Yeah.
Is Shelby online, please, the planner?
I don't
Shelby?
think so.
Yes, no?
No, I don't think she is.
Okay, Kimberly, it is my understanding from county council that if you're going to use the provision of attached, it must be attached to the house, not to a garage. Would you please examine that? I'm not so sure it makes very much difference, but I do try to keep these worksheets as clean and accurate and consistent as possible. So please do that. Okay, so those are the questions. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to address the board on 1061 East Mountain Drive, please?
John, I don't see anybody here for that.
Thank you very much. Okay, comments. Oh, in the comments, the requirement that has been on the board ever since I've been on it is new 2-story buildings need to have story poles. This is a taller 1-story. When you're making your comments, would you please address whether or not we should do this? Don Sharp, please.
Thank you, John. I was noticing that very thing. And as we're looking at it right now, I believe that I would like to see story poles, at least that high ridge and maybe the highest portion on the left as we see it here. I'm looking at the height of the people and that deck above and so forth. So depending on what you others think, I think we need to do that. Other than that, I think the architecture is certainly quiet, and I have no other questions about it.
Okay, excellent. David, please.
Yes, I think in general, the architecture is definitely acceptable, the style. My concerns would be what Don just mentioned, the scale of it, and also the grading associated with the pool. Looking at the plan, I'm seeing that probably part of the reason for that is the pool is situated to preserve the oak trees, in which case I'd be more open to having more grading. Since you do that, you have to run perpendicular to the slope. But I would too like to see story poles of the higher two roof portions, just to make sure that this fits in the way it looks like it does on the site plan here.
And the architecture itself, please.
Yeah, I said the architecture I think is nice.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes.
Claire, please. Claire?
I think the architecture is lovely. I actually like this building a lot. And I actually, what is the overall height of that, of what we're talking about story polling? Do we know what that height is above grade?
Zach?
Architect? That would be you.
Sure. If you go to the elevations, it says all the heights in there. Yep. Yeah. So if you zoom in there, you can see the height of that main ridge, which is 2211 from the first floor. First floor is a foot from grade there. So
They're 22.
you're about 24
okay.
feet from the existing grade at that spot. So yeah, it's all here.
Yeah, no, well, that's why I just wanted to see those, and I didn't see those as we were going through. Yeah, for me, I actually know where this existing building is, and for me, I don't really see the need for story poles, but that's just me.
Okay, Elida, please.
Well, I think the design is lovely, and you're blessed with all these mature oaks. It will be a wonderful project.
Okay, is that it?
Yep.
Okay, and I think we should have two ridges, the main and I guess the cross ridge that we see here on the lower right-hand side. These are not just one-story buildings, these are very tall one-story buildings.
Yeah, right.
And that's great, but we just, I think we need to be very careful about things like that. So I also think it's a nice project. And I think you should come back with story poles the next time for preliminary. Do we want to try going all the way to preliminary final, or should we just do it in two steps, everybody, please?
Just go to preliminary, John,
Is everybody else okay with that?
Yes.
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 Okay, so back for preliminary. Thank you. Nice project. See you in a little bit.
Thanks,
Okay, thank you. Okay, item number 6, we will have a 5-minute break after this item. 237 San Ysidro Road. Will, are you here?
I'm right here. Hello.
Oh, excellent. Please, we're asking everybody to be concise. Keep
Okay.
us moving. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. Is Brian Banks here by chance?
I am indeed, sir.
There you are.
Hello, MBAR. Brian Banks here, agent for the owners. Very small project for you here, which includes conversion of an existing attached garage and construction of the new replacement garage. You'll see there on the site plan. Not much to it. You'll see when we'll get you there. We did have the fire department approval for our project. And on one of the plans, we had showed some hedging on the interior part of the wall on the north side of the garage that the fire department asked us for some additional clear space there. So that is one change you'll see on the plans, that we're moving that portion of hedge. The only other thing I'll mention is that the property is impacted by the FEMA high hazard area. So we are somewhat limited by budget, and Will can take you through the permit process, but the garage can remain at existing grade, and we don't have to do anything to the finished floor of the residence because we're going in under the FEMA's non-substantial improvement process. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Will, and he'll take you through the plans.
Okay, great. I think in zooming in on the FAR calc sheet, with all the doing all the numbers and the data, we get to 98% of the recommended FAR. The scope of the project is we're converting an existing attached garage to a gym, and relocating a new detached garage with storage and trash. The new 2-car garage is going to be very similar to the existing garage, and not only in square footage, but height, plates, roof slopes, materials, details, and colors. So we're basically matching existing completely. And also the opening, the segmented arched oak garage door, we'll be matching that as well. So we located this new detached garage in the same vicinity on the site to keep the general circulation, the vehicle circulation, and also access from Marburg and trash, kind of keeping that the same, and limiting the amount of circulation in front of the entry of the existing building and main living spaces. So we felt that was the appropriate place. We pulled the garage back from the existing plaster wall about 4 feet. We intended to have a ficus hedge to soften it from the existing driveway. And also this hedge is going to wrap around on the east side of the property abutting San Ysidro Road. However, we met with the fire department, and they'd like to continue to have 4 feet clear around the structure. So we're going to hold the hedge back from the existing garage and plant the north face with creeping fig or something to soften it. Also, we wanted to soften or step the massing. So in elevation, the storage appendage, if you will, steps down in plate, creates sort of a shed-like effect. So we're trying to lessen the impact of this structure. And let's see, for the existing garage conversion, we're going to be filling in the opening, the garage door opening, and allowing clerestory windows above. You can see that on the elevations and bottom left. Also, we'll be adding new sliding doors, barn doors to the north of the existing garage for ventilation. The landscaping basically is going to stay the same, and we'd like to just continue the mature landscaping that is there.
Are you done?
I think that's it. Yep.
Said to be quick.
Right.
And we love it. Thank you. Okay. So questions. Tip, please. Tip?
Yes, I have some question. Will, number one, what's behind the existing garage?
That's a driveway that leads back.
No, I'm sorry. My question was, what room is it at the existing garage that you added some high windows?
That'll be the garage conversion will become a gym.
Okay.
And then the existing residence is adjacent is the master suite.
And number two, can you go back to the site plan, maybe quickly walk us through how you get to the new garage from the driveway?
Sure. And so that is opposite San Ysidro. There's a shared driveway easement, and there's an existing rolling gate that will be changing to a swinging gate, and we'll be matching the existing wrought iron look. And when you pull in through those gates, you will come around to the island, the center island, and then come up into the garage opening.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Great.
Don, please. Sure.
No questions.
Excellent. Thank you, David.
No questions, John. Thanks.
Claire?
No questions.
Excellent. Elida?
No, no questions.
And I have no questions either. So is there anybody in the attending this Zoom meeting that would like to address the board on item number 6, 237 San Ysidro Road, please?
John, I don't have anybody here.
Excellent. Thank you, Sharon. I will close public comment. So back to the board. We are on for concept only. If you want to comment and maybe what you think we should do for the next step. Tip, please.
Well, I think the project is minor in scope, but I just have a couple comments. Number one, I feel like the new windows at the existing garage, it seems a little peculiar. It looks like it was a garage. Maybe it's not a garage anymore. So I'm not sure if there's a reason why those windows could be a little bigger. So it doesn't seem it's a filling in of the garage. That's question number one. Number two is that the new garage, once again, I think the location also a little peculiar. That it's right in the corner. You're coming in at the first impression, and with a very big, humongous motor court. The motor court is probably half the size of the front yard. I'm not sure if there's any front yard left because of the size of the motor court. So I want to know if there's a way to try to minimize it or make the circulation flows a little better so you don't have to use literally half the front for the motor court. But other than that, I think it's minor in scope. Thank you.
Okay, Don?
Yes, I am a little concerned about the amount of paving and would recommend any reduction of that as possible. Thank you.
David?
I those echo those concerns about the windows that are replacing the garage door and the amount of paving.
Okay. Claire, please.
Well, my concern is the amount of paving, obviously. I just would like the applicant to look at that. I guess I know it's all in place, but would be nice to kind of get some landscaping in there rather than some more rather than all that paving.
It is DG, by the way. So it's not.
Oh, it's all DG. It's pervious. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Well, okay. Okay. Well, I don't dislike it quite so much.
Is it that you don't dislike it or that you now have a warm, fuzzy feeling in your heart?
Well, I don't have, the thing is for me, John, is I'm the fact that it actually, the rainwater can go through it. That's why I kind of am changing my thoughts a little bit about the.
We should have showed you the photos. We were going too quickly.
Yeah.
Okay. Elida, please.
Yeah, I'm softened by the DG aspect of it, but I think the ratio, I ring in with other folks about the ratio of the motor court. That's all.
Okay. I want to talk about two things. One is the existing garage. It looks to me that you are coming in plane with that wall. Is that correct? So you're not stepping it out or stepping it in, Will?
The existing opening of the garage?
Yes, please. Right there. Is that in plane where it says DO, DO, DO?
Right. Yes. No, that'll be with the exterior face of finish. So we'll match the exterior face.
Okay, so My sense of the building that you have here now is that it looks like a remodel. And I don't think it needs to. I think it can look like a very cherry piece. It is the first thing you see when you come into the project. And it could be the signature piece of the project rather than something that looks like you just kind of slapped it in there, which, I don't want to be cruel about it, but that's kind of the sense that I have of it. So I would like you to restudy that to make it a really compelling piece of architecture. I'm sure you can do that. And I think that the garage location and the design, the new garage location and design that's appropriate for this building. And I also am wondering if you can find a way to reduce some of this paving, more landscape, less hardscape, as it were, even though I know it's not hard. Okay, so members of the board, what do we want to do with this next? It's a small project, but there are some fairly important comments here. Please.
Come
I
back to
think
board
that
for
this,
preliminary final.
yeah, on to the full board.
Yeah.
Full board for preliminary final next time?
Agreed.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, and we are on for
Thank you all.
Thank you.
concepts. So now, it's 3:00. We have a 5-minute break, and then when we get back, we get the 101 segment. So thank you all. Let's make it 3:01 according to my clock. Thanks, bye. Okay, is everybody, thank you. Is everybody back? Can everybody check in with me? Elida, I see you. Dave, Don, Tip.
Yes.
Dave, Tip, are you back?
Yes.
And Don Sharp, are you here, please? Don? Okay, let's give it one more minute and then we'll get back.
It doesn't look like Don is back.
No, it doesn't, and I'm going to get started here in about another 15 seconds. Okay, number one, I want to thank everybody for being so clear and concise in your comments. We have a long agenda. I would like to keep that going, both applicants and board members if we can. We do have minutes. Let me please read those. Very nice presentation. Project moving in the right direction. Provide information regarding landscaping proposed on the community side of the retaining wall and sound barrier. One member suggested that the retaining and sound walls be moved closer to the freeway. One member suggested the chain link fence barriers be restudied. One member requested that the previously considered barrier wall options be presented to the MBAR at the next meeting. Then I think the next thing we should do is we have a planner comments. Chris, are you here or not? Please?
Hello. Yes, this is Chris. I'm the planner for the project. Can you hear me okay?
Thank you. Yes, I can. Thank you. Did you want to summarize your memo or would you like me to read it, please?
Sure. Yeah, I can summarize it. As the applicant will soon go into, the project has changed since the BAR saw it last. The sound walls have been removed from the project description. So you'll see some of those updated photos and simulations here soon. I just wanted to bring that up, and I know that there's a lot of we've already received some comments from the public about the removal of the sound wall. So this project is going to go to the Planning Commission, and once the application has been deemed complete, notices will go out so the public can direct their comments about the sound walls and about any potential noise impacts either directly to me or to the Planning Commission when the project is scheduled to go before that decision-making body. So that in general is my planner memo. Just kind of wanted to get that out in front, since I know that there's a lot of interest in this project.
Okay, and for members of the Claire, for members of the public and also the applicant, I'd like to review the ordering with which we will review this project so that everybody understands where they will fit in this thing. The first thing we're going to have is a presentation by the applicant, then questions by the Montecito Board of Architectural Review. Then, if the public has comment, that's when we'd like to hear from you. Then additional response by the applicant and staff at the end of that public comment period. Then board consideration of the project. And then finally a motion if it's appropriate or direction on where to go next. Okay, so is the applicant here, please?
Yes, we are. Fred Luna representing the project team from 101, applicant Caltrans team, and then we also have our consultant team. So if you could load that file, the 4D MBAR presentation, while we're making some opening comments. And I want to thank county staff for those intros on the project changes that have been submitted. We were last here in September for concept review with the MBAR, and we received positive comments on, primarily at that time, we presented information on the interchanges at San Ysidro and Olive Mill and on the landscaping. At the time, we indicated that there could be a project change related to sound walls, and there has been, as Mr. Schmuckel indicated. So we do have new information in this presentation. You can go to slide 3. Yeah, so this is obviously this is the area that we're talking about, the segment of Highway 101 between Olive Mill and San Ysidro. This is the area that, and then all the way down through the Three Creeks area, down to where it would tie in with segment 4C. So this area covers the creeks and the floodplain. And so you'll hear today information as to how the sound walls were removed from the project in relation to county policies that are related to the recovery mapping that's been adopted by the county, and not wanting to have a water surface elevation rise as a result of those sound walls. So we'll go through those changes and then what the project features are now like, and get input from MBAR. So you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so you already covered these. The next one, please. You already covered the comments. So, you know, you can see the last 4 comments were related to sound wall. So that's gonna be the most of the focus today. And then the chain link fencing and barriers at the creek bridges, and some lighting treatment. So hopefully we have time to get through all that. We'll try to be as concise as we can to go through all that information. So we have other presenters today. I'll have them introduce themselves to save time as they come up, but I'm going to hand it over. Next slide, please. I'm going to hand it over to Kirsten Ayers, and she's going to talk a little bit about the removal of the sound walls, just for basis before we get into the design changes. Kirsten?
Thanks, Fred, and thank you all for having us back today. Chris, if you want to go to the next slide, please. So this map that you see in front of you that Fred just showed you as well, this is what we had with us the last time we were before your board. And basically what we were looking at in terms of sound walls at this point is the first 6 steps of the sound wall process. The sound wall process has about 7 steps total. The first 6 basically go through all the federal guidelines, as well as the California Environmental Quality Act. And so what we ended up after meeting those requirements are the dash lines that you see here in regards to where the proposed sound walls would fall. When we submitted our application for the CDP, we received the feedback to analyze the sound walls based on the recovery mapping that the county adopted in 2018 following the debris flow. If you go to the next slide. So what we did is we overlaid the recovery mapping over the project area. And what you see here in light blue are the special flood hazard areas of the recovery mapping. And if you look at the top of the map, what you notice is that the entire top of the map is inundated because the flood waters come down from the hills through the neighborhoods and reach the freeway, which is, as you all know, a depressed point. It acts a bit like a bathtub, so it collects all of that. During the debris flow, there were 8 to 10 feet or more feet of flooding and debris on the freeway itself, specifically between Olive Mill and San Ysidro. So when we analyzed the walls that we had proposed, they all, as you can see, fall within the special flood hazard areas. And the next step was, after identifying that they are within those areas on the recovery mapping, was to analyze whether or not the walls themselves would create a rise in the flood waters. So this would be, in addition to the flooding, an additional rise. As you can see, there's only one tiny area down there on the lower left with the southbound on-ramp at Olive Mill. It's in the tan. You can see that there's a small area that's on a hill. That's the only section of wall that wasn't in the special flood hazard area. So we also looked at that. So if you go to the next slide, we give you a quick summary of all of the work we've been doing over the last few months. But as you'll see, all of the walls in the special flood hazard areas do create a rise in floodwaters. So this is in addition to the flooding that the recovery mapping has identified. The walls themselves would increase the floodwater, the elevation of the floodwaters. And that's because the recovery mapping assumes that all creek bridges, culverts, and any water conveyance structures are blocked. So we can't add a culvert and get ourselves out of this. This has to be, the feature themselves would have to pass all of the water. When we looked at the sound walls, they, of course, you put a wall in a flood area, you don't have another way for the water to go. It's going to increase the water surface elevation of the flooding. That's what we saw. That one area I mentioned there in tan, In the lower left of the map, that's on the hill, we did look at, could we create a small wall there? The problem is that that little section is so small, it doesn't meet the federal requirements for using federal funds to build sound walls in a freeway project. And in addition to that, the homeowners on that small knoll, the majority of them voted against having a sound wall. So that little section is out for a couple of reasons. Our team, after seeing this, then went back and researched all of the different options. So if you go to the next slide, please. We looked at alternatives to see what else we could do. So the first one we looked at obviously was the standard sound walls. Those all created a water rise. We looked at, could we move the walls away from the freeway and put them on private property? As you can guess, those two would create a rise in floodwaters because that whole area was inundated on the recovery mapping. We looked at sound fencing, which is slightly different than a wall in that it's concrete over like a styrofoam type substance. It reduces noise, but the problem is that it's meant to fall over, break away in a flood. So the problem is that still would be in the special flood hazard area, and then it would also create debris during a flood. So that doesn't meet the requirements. We also looked at breakaway walls, very similar to the sound fencing. The problem is if it breaks away in a flood, it doesn't meet our safety standards for being next to a freeway. So that has problems with not meeting our safety standards and adding debris. We looked at walls on stilts. The idea with this is, could we have walls that were above the flood area, like 3 feet up, and then create noise abatement? The problem is no, most of the noise from the freeway comes from tires moving over the pavement on the freeway. So if we have a wall that's on stilts, that noise doesn't get abated. It just goes through that open area. So that didn't work. And it wouldn't meet the federal requirements. We have to meet a 5 decibel noise reduction with any noise abatement proposed. We looked at staggered walls, and you've seen these in other parts of the corridor. These are offset walls. They need to have a special topography, and the water flow has to work with the staggered walls in order for them to actually function. We only had one area where the engineers said it could work, but they said even in that one area, floodgates would be a better option. They would work better because, as you know, and you'll see again when you look at the renderings of the project, we have a very constricted corridor here, especially in the Montecito segment. So then we looked at floodgates throughout all the walls. Could we have different sizes of floodgates? Could we have different sizes of walls with those floodgates? And unfortunately, even with the floodgates where it has a flat panel that opens, we still have a water rise in varying amounts for each of the walls. And the main reason you can imagine is that those walls with flap gates still have solid portions. So it still would block the water. And there's a concern that it would also block debris as well. So that leaves us with one no build option, and that is for severe receptors. Severe receptors are identified in the environmental impact report. They have a decibel level of 75 decibels or higher. There's a total of 15 property owners in the Montecito segment that qualify. Because we're not able to keep these sound walls in the project, that 11 of those now qualify for this severe receptor payment. It's a payment system. It basically allows for private property improvements. These would be things like improving windows for noise abatement, drywall that has noise abatement in it, things like that. So it wouldn't be for any elements that would increase floodwaters, but it could be for private property improvements on existing properties. So with that, I think if you go to the next slide, we're keeping this quick, but we can answer questions after. I'm going to turn it over to Christine and Zach, and they're going to walk you through roadside plantings and also renderings of changes in the project with the sound walls out. So Christine.
Thanks, Kirsten. So I'm Christine Anderson. I'm part of the Mark Thomas team and part of the team that is working on the landscape architecture for the roadside planting. If you could go to the next slide, please. As you might imagine, the last time you saw this project, we were mainly focused on the interchanges and the interchange work. For the most part, those have not changed at all. So we're going to focus our time on the narrow planters that will be immediately adjacent to this. As you know, as Kirsten just mentioned, this area is heavily impacted by the roadway construction, and it's actually very, it leaves only narrow planters that we can actually deal with. which was also happening in the 4C area as we were coming out of the Sheffield interchange area. So what we're doing is proposing some plant material depending on the width of the planter as we kind of move forward in this area. So anything that would be 6 feet or less in width would have primarily just vines planted, but between 6 feet and some, 6 feet and 12 feet, we can actually have some shrub planting with vines. And then when it gets larger than that, we can actually have some small trees placed in the planter areas, depending on the safety and recovery zone delineations. Now, this has changed a little bit since we've prepared this slide. We had some vines placed primarily for the sound walls, but we are, now that we're looking at some fence locations, we're actually adding some additional vines, like the flame vine, for instance, and kangaroo vine that have been performing very nicely in some other areas of Santa Barbara County, specifically in the Goleta area. So I wanted to bring those to your attention, that we are adding some additional plant material that might be used for vine enhancement, something that can grow readily and quickly in this area. Maybe if we could go to the next slide. Overall, I just wanted to kind of like refresh your memory on some of the planting concept. Those areas that are outlined in the dark blue dashed line are Skyline Planting, and those are meeting the 101 design guidelines, especially for those interchange areas where we're adhering to that quality statement that was provided in the 101 design guidelines. But then you can see those areas where we have the green dash line, as well as the dotted blue line and the dotted orange line, where we're kind of defining the areas where there's narrow areas of planting. So the light blue dotted area are the areas where you're primarily seeing the 6 foot width, 6 to 8 foot width, where we can only get shrubs and vines planted in those areas. So as we kind of move through the rest of this, I think Zach and I will kind of like play tag team here to talk about some of the aesthetic improvements, as well as some of the planting as we move through this. So I'll turn it over to Zach.
Yeah, thanks, Christine. So good afternoon, Zach Sevilla with Mark Thomas. What we wanted to do is similar to how we presented last time. We're going to step through the corridor, look at a couple key views along the way. So the first one is going to be looking in the northbound direction, just immediately around the Romero Creek structure, where this arrow is shown on the screen here. And if we go to the next slide. So the prior design, like was mentioned earlier, included roadside planting, and there was a concrete barrier that provided that planting space between the freeway and what was originally proposed as the sound wall. For all the reasons that Kirsten covered earlier, the sound wall has been removed from the scope, but we wanted to preserve the intent behind the landscaping along this corridor and the aesthetic features. So the next slide shows what the corridor would look like now with the sound walls removed. And in its place, we have a chain link fencing, and I'll show more details on that later in the presentation. But again, we are able to maintain a lot of the landscaping. That concrete barrier that's along the outside of the freeway, that can remain. And the main reason that can stay is because the freeway, like was mentioned, is depressed from the local frontage road from North Jameson. So during those peak flood events, the waters can flow over through that chain link fence onto the freeway. Christine, in terms of vines and other shrubs for this area.
Right, so it's pretty much exactly the same as what we had proposed for the area around Sheffield, where we would have the shrub plantings right in front of the chain link fence, but the chain link fence would be, a different type of vine than what we would normally plant on a sound wall. It would be more of a climbing vine that's much more adapted to that kind of use.
Christine, next slide. So for this view, we're now going to be looking in the southbound direction. immediately east of the San Ysidro overcrossing, directly adjacent to the Miramar Hotel. So if we go to the next slide. So we're looking southbound here. You can see the roof line of the Miramar Hotel just on the back of the image there. I want to clarify that this wall at this location is a retaining wall. And so South Jameson is higher than the freeway. And as we widen the freeway, we need to install a retaining wall. So this is not a sound wall. It's constructed in place to allow us to do the widening. What we're proposing with this is texturing the wall, similar to other retaining walls and sound walls along the corridor. So it does provide that consistency as drivers are driving through the corridor. And then like we were looking at in the other rendering, that concrete barrier provides a space for planting between the roadway and the wall.
Right, and I can just talk just a little bit about those sections on the side. So you can see that when the space between the barrier and the wall is less than 6 feet wide, we cannot place any sort of tree or even small trees there. That would be when we have, small plant material, small shrubs, as well as a vine. And in this particular case, because we do have a retaining wall, we would propose to use like a Boston ivy that could easily climb the wall in that case. But then there are certain areas, this particular view doesn't show this, but there are certain areas where we get a greater than 6 foot width, where we actually have enough room that we can plant a small tree in there as well. This particular view doesn't show that area though.
Thanks, Christine. Next slide. So based on the comments we got during the last meeting, we wanted to show renderings from the frontage roads as well, looking towards the freeway. So for this next view, we're going to be looking from North Jameson towards the Olive Mill intersection. Next slide. So looking at what was proposed before with the sound walls, this is what we would have achieved through this corridor. There was space for planting along the local frontage road. However, with removing the sound walls and then also having to accommodate flood flows through this section, it does require us to change the design that we had and originally proposed. Next slide. And so with the changes and the need to accommodate those flood flows, we can't have any solid barriers for most of this stretch. So what's shown in the background of the image here is needing to provide for a guardrail or an open barrier that allows that water to flow onto the freeway. And so that's why you'll see such a change from what was proposed before. Now in the background, it's a little hard to see on the image here, but there is planting that's proposed, in particular vines growing on top of the chain link fencing. And the vines would be similar to what Christine mentioned in the previous slide. Next slide. So for this view, we're now going to be looking along South Jameson, again, looking towards the Olive Mill intersection. So looking west. Next slide. So what was proposed before, you can see the sound wall along the right side of the image, as well as planting and additional trees planted between the freeway and the frontage road. If we go to the next slide, with the removal of the sound wall, we still, with the goal of accommodating a lot of planting in the corridor, we're still able to accommodate this, a similar level of planting in terms of trees and shrubs in this space. Christine, maybe you can highlight that.
Right, so this actually is an area where this side of the fence is actually within the county limits. So we can provide a little bit more planting than what you would normally see in some areas. However, it will be irrigated by a separate irrigation system that is owned and maintained by the county. In this case, we are proposing shrubs and ground cover, as well as trees and vines on the fence. But everything on the fence, on the freeway side of the fence, would be owned and maintained by Caltrans, and everything on the county side of the fence would be owned and maintained by the county.
Thanks, Christine. Next slide. So what I wanted to do with these next few slides is just give a highlight of what that fencing material looks like that would be replaced. So if we go to the next slide. Again, most of the corridor now where the sound walls have been removed will have this right-of-way fencing, this access control fencing. And so I just wanted to highlight that with these slides here. You can see the areas highlighted in blue. And if we go to the next slide, you see that continue all the way up to the Olive Mill intersection. Again, it's going to be along the entire length of the freeway, along both sides of the corridor. Next slide. And then what's being proposed is this black vinyl clad chain link fencing. This shows the fencing without any vines or planting growing around it. We wanted the board to be able to see what that fence material is. But like we showed in those slides, the intent is to have this fence covered with vines where possible and ground cover and other shrubs. Next slide. We also wanted to give the board a presentation on the bridge barriers. So for this focus, we're going to look at a couple locations. If we go to the next slide. As a quick reminder, I'm sure everyone is aware, but we have the 3 creek bridges through here with Romero, San Ysidro, and Oak Creek. And all 3 creek bridges would have the same, what's referred to as a type 85 rail. If we go to the next slide. This is just a detail of the type 85 rail. Previously, when we came before the board for the 4C segment, we got approval for the type 80 rail. There's just been design standards that have evolved since the 4C project was approved. So the type 85 is now the current barrier. This just shows the difference for the board to see. Very similar design intent. It just had to be updated to accommodate current design standards. Next slide. In practice, this is what it would look like. It would look very similar to the barriers that were reviewed for the San Ysidro and Olive Mill overcrossings. You can see this in this particular location, how the bridge barrier is an open railing, and that ties in with the open railings north and south of the bridge. And then also the open railing in the middle of the freeway, again, to allow that floodwater to flow over the freeway during peak storm events. Next slide. Also wanted to provide an overview on the lighting that's proposed. Next slide. So in particular, the light standards that are going to be installed primarily at the ramp terminals, the intersections along the corridor, so at San Ysidro and at Olive Mill, are standard light standards that are used elsewhere in the corridor. They're used for the San Ysidro roundabout that was previously reviewed by the board, and then also for the Olive Mill roundabout that is that connection and transition into the city of Santa Barbara. Next slide. Again, this just provides another view of that light standard. Again, this was taken and we're using the same light standard that was reviewed for the San Ysidro Road roundabout. Next slide. So that concludes our presentation. Next steps, we would come back to the board to review other items shown here, the median barriers, guardrails, contrast surface treatments, and overhead signs. In general, these are corridor-wide elements, so we saved those for the last presentation.
Thank you all for being so thorough and right to the point. As everybody knows, we have a long agenda, so I would also ask that any public comment be kept as clean as that. But before we get there, questions from the board, please. David? David?
Yeah, on the Jameson view, there was once the sound wall was removed, there was one that didn't have any landscaping, and I'm wondering if landscaping is proposed. I don't remember what sheet it was. Let's see.
So Zach can talk you through this again, but we have some.
You just want, no, go back one, right there.
This one where is there any landscaping proposed on that freeway side?
There is not. So with the condition to now allow for the floodwater to flow over here, over this section, we don't have the same space available that we had before. The difference in this location versus that other portion of the corridor is this isn't a depressed section of the freeway. So we can't have that solid barrier and have that planting between the main line and the freeway. Now this, I do want to highlight, this is a very small piece that we're looking at. So this portion here is one location where there's not planting that can be achieved, but directly north and south of here, as we get closer to the interchanges, we do have planting available.
Right, there's planting off in the distance there with the fence, just beyond that that barrier portion. You can see the fence pick up, and that would be planted with vines.
Okay, that was my question. Thanks.
Claire, hang on, you're coming up. Okay, Tip.
Yes, can you go back to the rendering of the sound wall in front of Romero Canyon Creek, please?
Is that further down?
No, before.
Before, okay.
The other way.
Yeah, you gotta go. Yeah, it's probably slide like 15.
15?
Rough guess. We'll see how close I am. It's 14.
Yes. I think this is the, okay, so, okay, am I correct that this is right by the bridge, the Sheffield exit?
Yes.
So you're removing all the sound walls right at Sheffield exit and North Jemison?
No, there is a sound wall that's currently under construction on the northbound on-ramp at Sheffield Drive. But everything north of the current construction you see out there today falls within the recovery mapping and the special flood hazard areas.
Okay, so you still have the sound wall at the northbound entrance at Sheffield exit?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you go back to that section and tell me exactly where that sound wall is?
If you go back to the maps,
Yep.
maybe slide, what do we think?
13.
7?
Right here.
Can you, this one, or do you need me to go back further?
I think you have to go back further. We can't see the northbound on-ramp at Sheffield in this one. It's a little bit off the map here too.
Right.
Mhm.
Keep going then.
On
I'm
slide
not sure that we
slide
have that
7.
section in here. Go ahead, Fred.
Slide 7. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I think that's the best one, or no?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
the
think-
See, that's
on-ramp.
that's in the other segment. I think your stuff, Kristen, I think we're only dealing with D when
Right.
and Sheffield
Actually,
is on
yeah,
another, is in the previous segment.
That's true.
I don't
So
think
the
you're going to
previous
have
segment
that
is still the
information.
same. So my
Tip, what
question
was
is,
that? What was that, please?
yeah, so my question is, so you're keeping the wall at the previous segment?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Claire, just before you get started, are you still a member of this design review, something representing the board?
I'm still a member of the 101 Design Review Board. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Just so everybody knows everything that we can let them know. Claire, do you have any questions?
Yeah,
please?
yeah. I'm still on that, you know.
Okay.
And I should, before I say that I really appreciated the fact that Kristen tracked me down all the way in Peru to get me set up for all of this sound wall stuff. Which I declined to be participating at that point, you know. But going back to that segment of that, I think it was Dave that asked about where we've taken the sound wall away, and now we've got, and I think it's which one was it? It's where it's a photo of the
I think it's number 20, slide 20. Yeah.
Yeah.
is it slide 20 that I'm trying to get to? Who knows? I don't know. Oh, that's it. Okay. Here's my question, you guys. Isn't it possible, or is it possible to take some of the, not the freeway, but this side of the low wall, couldn't there be some of that cement removed along there to actually do some kind of planting on that side?
Well, Claire, I think what you're asking about kind of relates to something we've been looking into, and Zach can explain a little bit more, but we are talking about looking into a design exception where we might be able to fit more planting. I'm not sure we could.
This is the frontage road. I mean, it's not the freeway, so it would be, wouldn't it be county stuff?
Yes, but that is the Barry Siegel bike path. So I'm not sure that we can plant over that, but we can continue to look at that.
Yeah, it seems like right here would be really, along this low wall, which we now have fencing above, that would be kind of cool if we, right where the blue line is, if we could cut some of that cement away so that we could get some planting there that would go up the wall and over the fencing.
Claire, we're in questions, so let's make sure we are.
I'm
answering
sorry.
questions.
Okay.
So are you done with questions, please?
Yes, I'm done with questions.
Thank you very much.
That was my
Don?
question, as to whether we could get some planting in there.
Excellent. Thank you. Don, please.
Thank you. I'm most concerned about the water available and how you plan to look into our continued probably drought, and what safeguards you have for the initial irrigation to get these established. Do you, what do you do about trying to establish any criteria for that?
That's an excellent question. And I'll start, and then I'm going to have Joe Arnold add to my answer. But basically, we've been talking about the same thing because we're all very concerned with water usage, and yet we still would like to have a lush planting along the freeway as much as we possibly can fit. So there are a couple of things that the team is looking at. One is, are the plants drought tolerant? And after a plant establishment period, which is 3 years, so the plants will be watered and taken care of and replaced during that plant establishment period if they're not thriving. Then if we are in a drought situation again, and Caltrans has to take certain steps to reduce water, will the plants be able to survive after that? So they're established, they're in a good place, can they handle drought conditions? So we have been talking about that, and Christine has been looking at that as well. Joe, did you want to add anything else to that?
I will just add a little bit. Kirsten, you hit the nail on the head that what the team has done here is chosen regionally appropriate drought tolerant plantings that can sustain themselves through extended periods of non-watering. The irrigation system that they are proposing as part of this project is a smart controller irrigation system, and that is based on the ETO, or the evapotranspiration rate for the area. So it recognizes what the average rainfall is per year and supplements that water in times of extended drought. I will add too that this team has successfully secured a will serve letter from the Montecito Water District. So that guarantees the water necessary for this project.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, and Elida, number one, this is her first meeting. Number two, she lives relatively close to this project, for full disclosure. So Elida, do you have any questions, please?
No questions.
Okay, and I actually have a question of the planner. Chris, are you on?
Yes, sir. I'm still here.
Thank you very much. And David, could you put on my first slide, please? I take exception potentially with Chris's assertion that we do not have any purview over sound, which is what he said. I believe that this comes right out of the Montecito guidelines. The design review process is one of several procedures used by the county to protect the public welfare and the natural setting of the community. The process is a comprehensive evaluation of the aesthetic characteristics of the residential development that have an impact on neighboring properties and the community as a whole. And then further, to preserve, protect, and enhance the existing semi-rural environment of Montecito. Can you go to the next one, please? I then looked up what it meant to be aesthetic, and it's down there. It's hard to read, but it talks about right there at the bottom that aesthetics is not limited to visual. It is very clear from this that it's primarily visual, which is the case that Chris was trying to make, but it's actually approach to what is pleasing to the senses, plural. And then the last one, please. And the Montecito Community Plan is very concerned about noise. Noise-sensitive uses, residential lodging shall be protected from significant noise impacts, which clearly, if this is not a noise generator, I do not know what is. So having said that, Chris, the question is, Chris, your suggestion or directive is that we ignore any sound related concerns that might be presented to us today in public comment. After having seen that presentation I just made, do you understand that the noise may very well affect this community in a very potentially negative way? Do you understand that that's possible?
Yes, Mr. Watson, I hear what you're saying, and by no means am I trying to limit the MBAR's review authority. That was not my intent. I guess my intent with that letter, with that memo, was to basically show that this issue with the sound walls is comprehensive and includes more than just aesthetic design, especially as the applicant showed during their presentation. Flood issues, it has historically been a problem in Montecito, and so that has to be taken into consideration as well. So MBAR is welcome to comment on sound and noise issues. My memo is more directed to members of the public. We expect that there will be significant public comments related to this in the future. And so the public's welcome to reach out to me personally. Once the project's noticed, my information will be out there. And then as we lead up to going to the Planning Commission, that'll be another opportunity for them to talk about sound walls. So, I guess my intent was more to let the public know that, this isn't the only time that sound walls are going to be discussed. And so to try and hone in on the aesthetic design of the project during the Montecito Board of Architecture review time was the intent.
Very
Does that
good.
make
Thank
sense?
you. Yes, it does. Thank you very much for that clarification. Okay, we are up to public comment. I want to compliment the applicants for being clear, concise, and complete. I would like to ask anybody that wants to address the board, we want to hear from you, but please also be clear, concise, and complete. We have one comment letter that I was aware of this morning when I reviewed the drawings. Sharon, are there any more besides that in the file?
No, John, thank you.
Okay, and is the person that wrote that letter ready to, wanting to address the board now? If so, we would ask that you do that and not read your letter. Is it?
He's not here.
He's not here. Okay, so I will read that letter later. I can read that at the end. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on this widening, change to a sound wall, etc., please?
No.
Anybody? We have no public comment?
Done. Not for,
Whoa.
Wow.
There you go, John.
Wow. Okay. So I'm going to summarize this letter if it's okay. It's in the file. What this gentleman is saying is he believes that Caltrans is pulling a bait and switch, presented beautiful sound walls that will protect the community from sound, and now finding an excuse to get rid of them. He feels that the community will be negatively impacted by the sound and wants us to do what we can to ensure that the sound walls are preserved. So I think that's generally speaking what is going on. Now, is there anybody attending this meeting that would like to address the board? I want to make sure everyone has an opportunity if they want to speak. Anybody?
no,
Okay, I close public comment. So we are up to addressing either visual or aesthetic or sound impacts. Mr. Mendro, please. David?
Sorry, I had to unmute myself.
That's okay.
Well, in general, aesthetically, I think a lot of the project looks better without the walls, but of course, the main overriding concern is the impact of the noise to the community. In particular, this image here bothers me. I would hope that you, as you mentioned, you could study this some more, and at least a vine could be grown on that wall that, to my mind, wouldn't impact the flood issues. But I don't know. That's the big question. But this looks very unfortunate to me. And then I guess this is just if there's any way of coming up with the sound wall or some way to mitigate the sound, which you went through a very thorough list of the options you studied, it really, this does represent a very significant impact to the community. And I would hope that you could find a way to address the sound in another way. I don't see that in this presentation, but I would ask that you continue to do that to see if there's any way possible. And then any way you can enhance the landscaping for the same reasons. Those are my comments.
Thank you so much. Tip, please.
Chair Watson?
Yes.
I do have some additional information that we should probably share in our effort to be as quick as possible. I didn't mention the fact that we do have some other sound attenuating measures as part of the project that I think would specifically address what Dave was just asking about. Do you want me to give you a quick 2-minute?
Yeah, for a full presentation, please.
So the project includes continuously reinforced concrete pavement, which is a sound reduction pavement. Basically, you get tire noise, which is the noise you get from the freeway. That's the loudest part of the noise, or I should say the majority of the noise that you get from a freeway is tires going over the pavement. And that is increased as the pavement surface declines. So as it gets cracks or potholes or even repairs, that increases the noise from the pavement surface and increases the freeway noise that people hear in the neighborhoods. So this continuously reinforced concrete pavement surface is a longer lifespan surface, meaning that it doesn't break down as quickly as asphalt. So over the length of the life of the pavement surface, we have a reduction in noise. It also has joints differently. So old concrete has horizontal joints across the lanes, and you hear that ba-dump sound by tires going over the roadway surface. This new pavement has the joints basically under the lane lines. So you don't get that same ba-dump noise that old concrete had. And it's continuously reinforced, meaning that when you drive by and you see them installing it on the roadway itself, it has rebar throughout the entire thing, which is also different than old concrete. So we have those features in the project. And then the other aspect I did want to point out is that in the environmental impact report for this project, the sound walls were not mitigation. So when Caltrans did the noise studies, the studies came back and said noise will increase, yes, but only about, it said 3 decibels, which is sometimes audible, sometimes not. A dishwasher is around 80 decibels. So you can see that it's not significant. We do think that all of this attention and all the changes, we hear from people, they hear construction. We do think people will hear the freeway more, but it's not at a level that requires mitigation. That said, we want to do everything we can to make it as nice a freeway as possible. So I hope that helps address some of the concerns.
Okay, thank you, Kirsten. Chip, we're up to you, please. Comments?
Thank you. Yeah, so I do like your last comment about making the freeway as nice as possible. And with that in mind, there are two ways looking at this. I think that the freeway without the San Juan obviously looking much better because you can see the landscaping. And that's always the beautiful thing about driving down, you can see it. But for the locals who live, right next to the freeway, then obviously that's not a good thing to hear. So I just hope that, if you take the sound walls out, the landscaping we maintain, because that's really the most important thing when you go down the freeway now. You look at the landscaping and it's really not well kept, and it looked like you're driving through, I don't know what, but definitely not through Montecito. So sound wall are not maintaining the landscaping, to me, is the most important things. And unfortunately, you cannot have a sound wall, but I do understand the reason of that. And let's hope that you have a budget to maintain it. Thank you.
Claire?
I have no other comments other than the slide that's in front of us. Could Caltrans please figure out how to get some planting on the freeway side of the frontage road? That's my comment.
Thank you very much. Don, please.
Thank you. I do believe that more vertical growth, trees and so forth, and this slide certainly depicts that, would be very advantageous to defining Montecito, as does the freeway now do. Many people believe that planting and landscaping does reduce sound, and it absolutely not 1 decibel. And so that sound attenuation doesn't exist. But I think psychologically, the more landscaping, given we have water and the more trees, would soften all of this, as has been said a couple times here. But that, to me, seems to be the only thing we can do if we can't have sound walls, and apparently there are none that will work here. Thank you.
And the lighter, please.
I took a look at the plant palette that was recommended, and they are drought tolerant plants. My main issue is maintenance. We all lived between Milpas and Bath for years watching oleanders perish as we drove back and forth. Another comment, the cercis trees, they're deciduous, and people that don't have a good understanding of plants will think that for 8 months of the year, the tree's dead. Salvia and grasses, which are on the plant palette, in a maintenance schedule, they need to be cut back every year. And I'm worried about proper maintenance on those things. The Boston ivy that's suggested is also deciduous. So passengers are going to think, why is that vine dead there? Why do we have a dead vine on there? I think we need to maybe revisit the plant palette a little bit. And as with Tip, I'm so concerned about maintenance. We've seen this and had pain with this for years about maintenance on these medians. And lastly, I'm sorry that this poor image has been up for most of this discussion, because this hurts the soul, this picture. You have to live with certain restrictions, I understand that. But we in this community are used to almost living in a forest. And this is hard on us. And that's it.
Elida for a first real comment. What a doozy. Okay, so my comment. I disagree with other members of the board. I think that a sound wall is clearly a superior look to this, particularly the images that were shown before with the word lush is probably incorrect, but sufficient landscaping on it. If Elon Musk can send a rocket up and bring the booster back down and land the darn thing, if NASA can put the James Webb Telescope 2 million miles away from Earth's orbit and have it operate perfectly, if the Apollo 11 or 13, I think it was 13, can fly to the moon with a computer smaller than my cell phone that I carry around with me, there are all of which are engineering marvels. This is an engineering issue, at least at the core of the sound wall. I do not believe there is not a way to do it. I can believe you say we don't want to afford it, but I do not believe there's not a way to do it. And from my point of view, I would like to see a real good old college try to bring to Montecito something better than what this is. I consider this at best, second best. Okay, is there anybody else that wants to comment? Members of the applicant team want to respond to anything that's been said, please. Okay, so thank you very much. That's the end of item number 7, and we are on for concept. I'm not quite sure where it goes next. Is it Chris or Kimberly? Do you want to describe something?
Yeah, so this is Chris, the project planner. We're planning to bring this project back to the Montecito Board of Architecture review in March. So that will be the 3rd review, which will cover the remaining portions of the project.
Very good. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, item number 8, 628 Orchard Avenue, please.
Yeah, hello, Nick here.
Okay, there are some minutes. The project has a number of planning issues that need to be addressed. Submit for a zoning permit and work with the sign planner. MBA members express concern regarding massing and setbacks. Provide neighborhood FAR study. Please, is this Nicholas?
Yeah, how you guys doing?
Fine, please go ahead.
Yeah, so since we met last, we have Cassidy Walsh helping us. And so that for this first sheet here, we did this neighborhood FAR analysis. And so we're highlighting in yellow a number of the parcels that have an FAR that are at 100% or over. And so as you can see, there are actually a handful. And so we've also revised our plan and dropped some square footage, particularly in the 80s. So now we are at 109%, which seems to be within reasonable range of what's, what we sort of show in this list.
Okay, next, please.
And so the other thing was, I guess if we want to go to the site plan, which would be the next sheet. So here we got sort of our setbacks squared away with Cassidy. So we've shifted the main volume of the building back from where it was before. And we are complying with that 50-foot front setback from the center line of the road. And then we're also showing our driveway here. And then if you get to the back, the ADU, we have the one covered parking spot in the carport there. And then the second covered parking spot in the carport. There adjacent to that master wing. And then so if we go to the, I guess this next sheet we can sort of talk about grading. So as you can see in that the top drawing there, there's an existing site wall there that retains what is the existing driveway for the house that's on the south parcel that's existing. And so we're proposing to do a new site wall along this southern property boundary, and then filling back against it to create more of a level pad. And so that's what this is showing here. And we'll have about 100 cubic yards that we would be excavating, and then it's going to be basically balanced. We'll pull off 100 between the footings and the pool, and a bit of grading on that northeast corner, and then we'll use it all to fill that that lower area where that's currently being retained for the drive. Is that making sense?
Yes, please keep going.
Okay, and then the next image is just or stay on that sheet, sorry. This is just showing landscape, hardscape, impervious. And so our driveway we would do just basically a fine gravel or DG so that it's permeable. And then we have the pavers, the open pavers in a fine gravel as well. And then all the green would be the planting landscaping area. And then, yeah, we can go to the next sheet. Yeah, so in that middle, or from left to right, the second photo, it sort of shows that existing retaining wall. And so we'd be, sorry, the one left of that one. You can just pick up that site retaining wall you see there sort of beyond the trees. So that's where we would fill that spot and actually have a new site wall at the property line, which is a little bit further south. And then all these trees, they're all in very poor health, all non-natives, mostly avocado, a couple of citrus. We're gonna try to keep a couple of the avocados that are toward the front of toward orchard, because they're in the best health and have the best shot, but we'll see what we can do. And then if you go to the floor plan, the next sheet down, that first floor on the bottom, we wanted to have we want to create a courtyard here where the plan is basically looking inward and not toward the neighbors. And so that's basically how we've designed it, where we have the great room that looks toward the back, toward the pool. And then we have the master wing, and that looks down south onto the pool terrace. And then the ADU at the back is similar. It looks back west toward the pool and the landscaping there. So it's just sort of an inward looking sort of design. And then, we have, like I say, just an open great room kitchen in the back with the open dining and living, a mud room, powder room sort of connector that continues into the master. And then upstairs, we have 2 bedrooms on the north and south with a shared bathroom between and a small little office in that southwest corner. And then the ADU is just an open space with a simple kitchen wall on that south wall, and then a bathroom.
Hey, Nick, we are not permitted to review the ADU, so let's keep moving, please. All
right. And then the building elevations. So we had a height issue with the ADU. I don't know. I assume even though you're not supposed to review the ADU, you still want to make sure that it complies with the building height, right?
We are not permitted to review any aspect of the ADU.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Great, I guess so detail 1 there, that's sort of that's the elevation you'd see from the road. And so we have these low landscape walls in the front and some steps up to the front door. And we have just sort of a nice wood entry trellis. And then a fairly traditional sort of farmhouse that we feel fits that vernacular there. Dormers on the roof there. And then I guess the number 4, detail 4, the south elevation, that would be looking from the south to up north. And you have the 2-story sort of farmhouse volume on the left. with the master shed roof wing in the middle, and then the ADU on the right. And this, I mean, we sort of covered it here. If you guys have comments, I don't want to take up too much time.
Okay. So you're done for right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so questions of the board. Claire, would you like to start? Claire?
Questions.
Questions.
Yes, okay. What you show on the, I think it's the south side of this property, a hedge that goes along with a path in front of it. What is that plant material? What are you proposing for that hedge?
The south edge or the north edge?
Yeah,
that's
right
gonna
here.
be yeah,
What is it?
It's that number 40 there. It's that.
Oh, ficus. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then the other question is, what are you proposing for screening along the northern property line where the driveway is? You don't have anything there, and we require screening for all
Okay,
properties in
that's a
Montecito.
comment.
You've got a driveway there.
That's a comment. Why don't you ask the question? Is there any landscaping along the driveway?
Is there any landscaping proposed along the driveway?
There's a fence line along the driveway. The driveway is at that south property boundary.
Okay.
And so just so you know, this is oriented cardinally. North is up on the sheet. Yeah.
We're in questions. So anything else, Claire?
No, I was just looking down my list of things, and it looks like there's mostly comments, John. So those were the only questions that I have.
Excellent. Thank you, Claire. Don, please.
No questions. Thank you.
Tip.
Yes, can you, Dave, can you go back to the front elevation, zooming into the west elevation, please? The up at the right-hand corner.
This one. Okay.
Right, that's it. Okay, so I couldn't read. Okay, what is the maximum height? The 25 feet?
Sorry, what's that?
What is the maximum height? Is it 25 feet?
Yeah, that high ridge is 25'3" from finished floor.
And is there a reason why the finished floors look like about 4 or 5 feet from the street?
Yeah, it's just because if you look at the site plan, it's just basically virtue of the grade of the road compared to where we're putting the house on the site. If you go to A1.01, what's that?
So at the location of the house, how many feet is the finished floor from the existing grade?
So if we go from the middle of Orchard there, we got 78.5 feet, I guess. And we're proposing a finished floor of, I think, 84 or 84.5. So that's about 5 feet or 6 feet.
My question is, at the existing grade at the location of the house, are you a foot above the existing grade? Not at the
existing, yeah, we're about a foot above the existing.
Okay, so that means a house about 26 feet from existing grade.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Tip. David, please.
Tip, this shows it here.
I see. Okay, now I can see clearly.
Yeah, that's sort of a crude drawing there. Yeah, sorry for the grades.
Yeah, it looks like you are about 3 feet off the grade, Thank you.
We're in questions, David.
No questions, John. Thanks.
Elida.
No questions.
Can we go to the site plan, please? Thank you. I count 2 parking places on this project. Do I count that correctly?
2, yeah, there's 2 covered and there's 1 uncovered, but it's not, actually delineated on here, I guess.
And where would that 3rd one be, please?
It would probably, I mean, it could be behind the one in the carport for the ADU, or it could be behind the one.
Okay. And
This
either
main house.
Cassidy Walsh or Kimberly, I'm not sure who's on. That seems like we don't have enough parking places on this site plan. Do you guys agree with me or not, please?
I will answer if Cassidy's not here.
She's not here.
Okay, yes, there is, you are required to provide 2 covered and 1 uncovered parking space
For the main residence.
for the main residence. Parking is not required for the ADU. However, tandem parking is not permitted. And they
Okay,
can't park in the front or side yard setback.
Okay, so it looks like they're down one uncovered parking place. Is that correct?
That's what I'm saying, yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have, those are the questions. We have a comment letter. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak to the board on this project? Please, anybody?
Nobody. Sorry, John.
Okay, so I'd like to summarize this letter. It's from the immediate neighbor, generally speaking, in favor of the project, but they don't want anybody to look down on their property, and they want to know if there can be a hedge to there, and I believe they wanted story poles, so which new 2-story residency, so we'll take care of that.
Okay.
Anybody else want to speak to this project in the public, please?
No, thank you, John.
Okay, so I'll close public comment. So we are back to comment. First of all, if we follow normal procedure, we will have story polls. So comments, please. Claire?
So my comments are that I believe that this whole project is overbuilt for the size and scale of the neighborhood. I believe that the project is lacking screening along the 2 property lines. We've got 1, but we only have a driveway and fence along there. And given this neighborhood, I believe that there needs to be screening all the way along this driveway. I think the whole project has got too much hardscaping, with the building and we've got a little patch of green in the backyard and 2 little patches of greening in the front yard, and that's it. The rest of it is hardscape and buildings, and it is inconsistent with the stand of this community, which is called semi-rural. This is not semi-rural. This is urban in design and urban in the amount of all the materials and the fact that it just doesn't fit in this neighborhood. That's my comments. And I'm going to say right up that I will not be voting for this project as presented. Okay.
Okay, Don, please.
Thank you. I think we have to have a site visit, and I would reserve my comments after the site visit. I'm not familiar with this neighborhood, and I think the revisions have to include an additional parking space, and which is going to be substantial. So I would like the owner to go back and revisit that site plan parking, and I think we should have a site visit. Thank you.
Chip, please.
Yes, I'd like to have clarification on one item. When you mentioned the FAR's 1.09, I assume that included the footprint of the ADU?
Yeah, that's all inclusive. And like I say, there's there's a number that are higher than ours in that neighborhood for context. So
Okay, thank you.
Is that it? Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
no, no,
Tim.
no, no.
and those don't even have ADUs.
Right. So you know what? I'm pretty familiar with the neighborhood. Orchards is, as you know, it's a quaint street with small lots, and because of that, I don't think if you included the ADU into the calculation, 1.09 is that outline for this street right here, especially because the site is pretty small. So I think that it probably could work. I agree that you probably need more landscaping to soften up the project a little bit. And the parking situation, I don't believe you have enough parking based on the comment from Kimberly. You have 2 cover spaces and 1 for the ADU. If I heard that correctly or not, I don't know. But it seemed like you have 2 open spaces. Am I right? No.
The ADU doesn't need one, but yeah, we need one uncovered.
I think we're down 1 uncovered, Chip.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the parking had to be resolved. So, and the building, I think could be fine. I think it'd be charming. So I like to take a look with the story poles up, then we probably can see a little better and see how it fits into the name. Thank you.
David, please.
Yeah, first of all, I want to acknowledge the work the applicant's done to resolve the land use issues. They've come a long way, and that's I appreciate that. It sounds like the parking's the one last issue that needs to be resolved. I like the architecture. I do need to go to the site in the neighborhood to see the appropriateness of the mass bulk and scale. And as Claire's already mentioned, I think screening on that south property line where you have that long stretch of driveway is very important for the neighbor. But in general, I like the way the project's going. Is just a matter of mass bulk and scale in the neighborhood, and the story poles will inform us on that. And so I'll reserve comments until we're able to see the story poles.
Okay, Alida, please.
Nitpicky, but I didn't have time to look at the plant list and this drawing, but that one hedge that Claire was talking about, it's labeled, you said it's a ficus, which would be a nice hedge, but it's labeled as a grass.
Yeah, it's a grass.
Festuca.
Yeah.
And you're not going to get the height and the breadth and that you're looking at just for a screen from that, but it's only a nitpick. That's all.
Okay, I think that the architecture of the main residence is nice. I think there are general policies about landscaping the perimeter which are not being met. And, you know, if you figure that that's at least 3 feet on the driveway to ensure, I mean, this thing starts getting squished. You got to find another parking place on the site, and I'm pretty sure I know where it's going to go. It can be uncovered. It's going to go to the right of the one that's attached to the main house. So so it's not there yet. I think it may be able to get there. And I want to ask the board, are we ready, in everyone's opinion, for a site visit with story poles? Or do we need to see all of those issues resolved before we get there, please?
I think we should see this. I think we should do the story polls, John.
Okay, Tip, anybody else, Don?
I agree. Let's story poll.
Okay.
I think we have to, really.
I agree.
Okay, so a typical, like, I think there was one house in the last 8 years I've been on the board where we did not do story poles, and it was surrounded on both sides with 2 stories. I mean, we knew exactly where it was going to be. So let's continue this item. It's now concept. Do we want to come back for concept or preliminary at the next time?
Preliminary.
But yeah,
You want to, Tip, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
We're
Oh.
going to do story polls and preliminary.
Right, and in order to have preliminary, you've got to get all these things done. And I do want to warn you, I'm not going to vote for it without landscaping along that driveway. I don't know how other members of the board feel. I don't know if people want to chime in on that.
I agree.
I just opened the guidelines, and there's, I think, what I would recommend to the applicant is to get a copy of the architectural guidelines and development standards and read the section on landscaping. Okay.
Those standards are online in the planning department section. It's a little hard to find, but you can find it there. So,
I mean,
okay.
the first statement is to maintain the semi-rural character, and the natural landscape must continue to be the dominant feature of the community. So that's why I'm pushing so hard on this landscape issue, you know. And if they want to go look at the guidelines, they can read the rest of that part of the guidelines.
Also, I do not necessarily believe that a hedge should be all one species and high size. I think a more varying height, color, and shape and so forth breaks it up and makes it much more interesting and part of Montecito.
Anybody else, please? Excuse me, Nicholas, it has come a long way, so I want to thank you. Hopefully we can get just the next step, get this thing approved. We are on for concept, so there is no vote. Thank you very much. Item number 9, 1355 Danielson. We are also on for concept here. We have minutes.
Hey, John, you didn't
Yes.
give any direction as to where the story polls are going to go.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you.
I mean.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know. Well, what are we doing with that?
We cannot touch the ADU, so I think it's just along the main ridge on the main building.
So just side to side of the main
Side to
ridge.
side, just main ridge. Everybody
And
agree?
only the two-story portion, not that.
Yes.
that- the back.
Yes,
I agree. This
that's
grid.
that's consistent with what we do.
I think he's off the call.
Can we make sure that statement is gotten over to him? I want to apologize for not doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, through Kimberly or through Cassidy, maybe?
Now, where's my volume here? Oh, I have it muted.
Don Nolte, we can hear you. Okay, item number 9. Item number 9, please. There were some minutes.
My battery ran down on my iPad.
I will mute him.
Thank you. Okay, architecture is acceptable. Provide additional detail on landscape and hardscape, particularly at the interface of Danielson Road and the parking area. MBA requested that the applicant work with the planner to review the ordinance parking requirements regarding location. The Montecito Fire Protection District needs to review and comment on project. Is there anybody here for this project, please?
Yes, this is Paul Ashley, architect for the project. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, thank you, Paul.
Great. So we want to first open up my drawings. These are the drawings I was hoping you'd see last time, but we had the more conceptual ones. These are a little more detailed. I'm going to go through them quickly. You're not going to see much you haven't seen already because we also have landscape drawings, and the landscape architect will take over after this. To recap, we're adding two stories of an addition to this existing 2-story duplex. And you can see on the site plan in the lower right corner there, the existing duplex, and then the 2-story addition on the north side of it. We're also extending that second floor deck on the north side of the building. And then we have a new set of access stairs up to that second floor deck from the garden below. This plan is a little more detailed than the last go around. You can see where we've laid out the 4 required parking spaces. They are outside of all setbacks. and in the front yard, not in the front yard, outside the front setback there. Nothing else really to see there. Nothing's changed since the last go around regarding square footages or anything. Further down, you guys want to see that? We're looking at 104% with our additional square footage. Go ahead. Did you have a question about the FAR, the additions? No?
Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, so now we scroll down to the plans. You don't need to see much of the plans. It just shows you where we're adding to the building.
Members of the board, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we're really down to the parking area on this project. Am I correct on that? And how it's landscaped? Yes or no?
If that's the case, sorry, we can forward to the landscape plans. No problem whatsoever.
Yeah, why don't we do that and see if the board needs anything else? This is like the third or fourth review on this project.
Understand. So one of our landscape architects should be online now.
Who's that?
Hi.
Paul, who is that?
It would either be Krista or Guillermo from Blue Studio. Did they bail on me?
I don't think they were ever here.
Okay, I'll crucify them later. I can talk about their work conceptually, but I can't talk about specific plant species. So we don't have them. No?
We're only dealing with conceptual, so we've got
Yeah.
the plan in front of
Okay.
us, right?
So yeah, so on this landscape plan, they have developed the space between the new addition and the street. We have an existing garden court in front of the existing house. It's become quite a bit smaller because of the addition. And we've incorporated the stairs from the second floor deck down into that garden court. We also want to do something with the front yard where we have two different access gates. The access gate in the middle there is for the upstairs unit, and the upstairs unit then uses the garden courtyard. The access gate on the left side there, they're both labeled 26. That would be the access gate to the first floor unit. And the first floor unit uses the backyard, whereas the second floor unit uses the front yard and the raised deck. Then north of that, we've got the forward, we're not touching anything in the backyard landscaping or any of the side yards. We're only doing construction from the additions out north to the street. There, you can see the 4 required legal parking spaces between the driveway easement and the electrical easement on the right. And then we've got a little bit of landscaping there on the right of the parking. And then a niche for trash storage, which is where the trash is now. And then, I don't know if you need to see the pictures from the street, but the landscape architect has considerably enhanced the streetscape look with a lot of low growth, undergrowth, and middle growth, as well as keeping the existing trees there. Yeah, the images there below, that's not our existing street. Our existing street images would be in the MBAR photos, if you need to see those, so you can see what they're proposing changing. Doing quite a bit of more growth, because right now there's nothing but like bark and ground in front of the house next to, and some bushes and the oak tree. So now they're enhancing it with all that landscaping and those species. Did you want to look at the existing photo compared to this plan? Is that useful?
Is it
Let
in
me
this?
ask the board. I think we're all familiar with this, except maybe Elida. Do we want anything more, or have we got what we need here, please?
You're asking me?
No, I'm asking everybody except you, Elida.
Good.
Yeah, no, all I want to do is Dave, can you enlarge the plan key legend? So I can actually read the plant species? Yeah, I just can't read it. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
They've got a lot of little details in that key legend, and then the palette is to the left. They haven't, the palette is general. They
I see. Okay. Oh, so here's the planting palette. That's what I wanted to see.
It's not, this is conceptual. It's not yet a planting plan where they have actually labeled the plants. That's the palette they're using. Everything in the key is more landscape elements like stone banding or permeable gravel.
Yeah, that's fine.
Keep a tree, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The plant palette will be developed into a specific plant plan in the final plan. This is conceptual, the palette. Okay.
Okay.
Dave, Don, Tip, Do we need any further presentation, or do we have what we need here in terms of presentation? Please.
I think we have what we needed.
Okay, so Paul, are you okay if we go ahead and start asking questions and things like that?
I am. I just wanted to make responses to few of the other MBAR comments. The Montecito Fire District gave us sign off last week, so we gave that to our planner. And the planner has also signed off on a parking situation. So if that responds to those two comments in your list, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay,
John, the applicant offered to show a photograph of the front of the building.
That would be in our MBAR photos.
Or the parking area, whatever.
They
it
aren't
was.
in the file.
Oh,
Oh, they're not in the file. Oh,
They
okay.
were-
Okay.
We saw them last presentation.
Claire, it's pretty sparse, but there is visual separation from Danielson to this property now.
No,
But it
no,
also-
I know that, John. I know that, John.
Okay.
But because he offered to show the photograph of that parking area, and now that I've looked at the plant list, which is I'm now trying to figure out whether this plant list that is being proposed
Hey,
is
Claire?
consistent with what is already in planted in place. And
Claire,
those
I
two
have
things
photos
don't
of-
match up for me. That's all.
Sorry, I can, if you want, I can do split screen. I have the photos of that street right on my other screen. Do you want to see that quickly? Or keyed up? Is that necessary?
No, you can't do that.
We don't have the capability to share screens.
Oh,
Yeah.
you don't have split screen now. Okay.
Yeah.
So we do.
No, it's fine. I think I remember the front well enough to.
Can we address that in the next round?
Well, okay, so
Yeah, I mean, the
I mean,
photos.
these guys have been here a lot, so we are in questions, please. If Paul, if you don't mind, questions, anybody? So Claire, questions?
No, I have no questions at this point.
Thank you, Claire. David, please.
No questions, John.
Don,
No questions.
Chip,
No questions.
Elida, I know you're new to this project. We've seen it multiple times. Do you have any questions? Elida?
She's muted.
No questions, no questions.
Okay, so is there anybody attending this Zoom meeting that would like to address the board on 1355 Danielson Road, please? Okay, seeing none, I'll close public comment. Okay, so guys, we are on for further conceptual. Maybe I'm trying to push this thing a little too hard. Somehow we got to get off this and get on either to a yes or a no. So comments, Claire, please.
Well, I
Claire?
for me, the project has come a long way, and I appreciate the work that they've done with the new proposed landscaping, and I can't approve the landscape plan as it exists because they've given a plant list that's it's just full of palms and very tropical sort of things. And that is inconsistent with what I know that exists on the site. So I'm still struggling with the landscape.
Thank you. David, please. David? I don't hear you, David. David, are you on mute?
John, no, I'm having a problem with your microphone. I didn't know you were talking to me. Yeah, I'm fine with the project moving forward with the way they presented it today. I think they've addressed all the concerns. I think the landscaping can be dealt with at the next level of review with the specific planting. But I think from a conceptual standpoint, I can support the project.
Did you say Don?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Wow,
fine with it. It's not the project that I would design, but I think it's quite acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Tip?
Yeah, I think this is fine. We should go back to on consent for landscaping, preliminary and final.
Elida, please.
I'll bring in with Claire a little bit. I always do a landscaping consistent vis-a-vis the architecture of the residence or the building, and it doesn't ring tropical to me. And as Claire pointed out, it is a tropical plant palette. And just keep in mind, it takes a lot of water, it takes high maintenance, and just a thought. That's all.
Okay, I have no further comments. What do we want to do with this? We're on for concept. Chip suggested that we can drop this on the consent
John, we
calendar.
can't understand you. Your mic's off. Something's wrong with your mic. It's garbled.
I don't know what to do. I can drop off and come back on, but can you hear me at all?
Now you can hear you.
Okay.
We can't hear you, but we can't understand you really.
Do you want me to drop off and try to come back on?
You're good now.
No, you're good now.
Okay. What do we want to do with this project, please?
I agree with Tip. Come back on preliminary final on consent for the landscape.
Claire, are you good with that?
Yes, I'm good with that.
Okay, so we are on for concept. So there is no motion. Back for preliminary and final on consent with WELO calcs, which I think will solve a lot of the problems of the landscape. So thank you very much, Paul.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, item number 10. 1186 East Mountain Drive. Bob, are you on? Oh, is there? Okay, I'm sorry. There are minutes. Let me read them. Work with planner to address ordinance regulations, restudy height, provide more architectural details, provide detailed civil plans, and provide north-south site section. I think that was actually 2 meetings ago. Project is agendized for further concept. However, with the board approval, the project is ready for preliminary review approval. Okay, Bob, are you there, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I remember at the, you guys have been up to the site and we've been through a couple of concepts, and at the last concept meeting, you suggested that we could return for preliminary, and we have cleared the LUP process. And so I haven't changed anything on the building since the last concept. I think that there has been some further elaboration and completion of the landscape plan, and Sam is the landscape architect and he is here, and he could probably answer your questions, but I think that there's nothing new on the building past what we last discussed at the last conceptual hearing.
Okay, in that case, Sam, can we get down to your drawings? Are they part of this, or do you have a separate submittal?
Thanks. Hello, board members, and welcome, Elida, to that esteemed board of the MBAR. This has been seen a few times, and if you go to the L1 sheet, you'll see our landscape plan. It's consistent with what we've shown you about softening around the main building in a native way with very drought tolerant, low water need plantings that you'll see in the plant list. We've worked diligently with Duke McPherson to kind of iron out some of the mitigations needed for the oak tree encroachment. We have taken out 3 oak trees, and we are mitigating for those with 16 24-inch box trees that are shown in the kind of the deeper green color in this plan, kind of above the house, a few below the house, a few along the edge towards the driveway in the southwest corner. We also have looked at privacy issues for the neighbors to the south and a little bit to the driveway to the northwest. And we've planted things such as toyon and archostaples on the driveway side to make sure that the back of the house is privatized from neighbors going back and forth above the property or to the northwest. The lower neighbor had more concerns about privacy. If you recall, he was there. He may be here today looking at things as we move through it, but we're going to be planting full-grown, field-grown olives along the drive. We have oaks, and we want olives as kind of an entry statement. There are already olives on the property, kind of in the area below the pool equipment. So we're kind of repeating the foliage and the theme of what's in the foothills naturally. And by doubling up the row and alternating the spacing of those field-grown olives, we really feel like we've taken the effort to directly affect whatever concern the neighbor had for looking in windows or looking up at the house. Those will be put in at 16 feet plus in height and will continue to grow. We have a view property, so we'll be able to control the height and soften or cover his roof line as we look down. But we deeply want to kind of cover that roof and look over it to the ocean because of this view property. So we've taken the neighbors into account. We've really done the right thing with the oak trees. The planning department has kind of put us in a position to move ahead with the preliminary. So we really feel like we've completed, a good comprehensive look at the site work and the landscaping. We'd also have Mark Braun looking at the tier 1 qualifications for drainage on the roofs and the driveways and making sure that we're doing the right thing to slow the water down and get it into the existing pipes and channels that work in and around that sloping neighborhood. If you look at L2, Dave, if you don't mind, you'll see that we've also accounted for the water use, and the WELO calculations do apply, or about half of what is allotted, because everything will be drip irrigated and very drought tolerant and tough plant material. So this kind of accounts for our irrigation, water use, and sustainability. So those two things being kind of said, the planting and water, looking out for a kind of a native hillside home, complementing the nice architecture of Bob's. We really feel like this has come together with all the input that we've gotten. So I think that's all I can say. If there's any questions, certainly we're here to give you their answers. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, let me just add something in regard to the view mitigating olive trees that we're proposing there south of the building. And that is the property owner to the south wanted us to put in some story poles to, in addition to the original ones we did for your meeting, to delineate the highest roof line and the height of the mitigating olive trees. So we put in 2 poles, and he cited them. I had marked the height of the lower pole where the trees are at 18 feet and marked the roof line at 22 feet. And he said that it would be good if the trees were 20 feet. And I think that I don't know if 20-foot tall field-grown olives are available, Sam. I don't know. Maybe 16s, as you mentioned, are much more available. But certainly they will grow. And what we're talking about is trying to mitigate his view from upper bedrooms of his house. But more importantly, it's, as Sam mentioned, mitigating the view of his house from the Hovhanessian house. So anyway, I just wanted to add that we did go forth and put in these polls and have him give his opinion of the effect.
So, are you done with your presentation, please?
I'm done.
Yeah, I think I've covered what I need to. Thank you, John.
Okay, so questions, Claire?
Yes, Sam, along the, I think it's the driveway fence line where the olives are, would it be there 16 or 20-foot tall olives, whatever. There's a green line of something, like a right along the fence line. What is that planting there?
So Claire, that's a solid wood fence, which gives you, a very opaque screen. And
So it's a solid wood fence, and then the olives are planted before it, but there's not a hedge material along there.
Claire, that's a slow stone wall on the north side of the driveway.
But it's a fence on the lower side, and what we'd like to do is plant vines on that. So, I think we'd be looking at, say roses, some Banksii rose, maybe some kind of ficus pomela just to green it up. And potentially, because it's a north fence, we might use some Boston ivy. So it's very narrow, so I don't want the plants to encroach out into the driveway much. I think it might be 30 inches wide. But we're going to be planting and making that.
I kind of just remembered that there was that space, and I just didn't see anything called out for it. So I just was curious.
It's very skinny, but we do want to plant it out very green. Yes.
Okay.
Are you done, Claire?
Yes, that was my only question.
Elida?
No questions.
Don?
No questions.
David?
Yeah, would you consider moving some of those olives up the slope a little further would that help get the height to where you don't see the neighbor's roof and he doesn't see your place?
Well, Dave, we have a stagger, and I think what we really like to do is place the trees, in the right spots. The numbers we've called out, I think, are adequate in terms of the amount of plantings that we're proposing. And if we could do it with the neighbor in the field, and if we can move them up a little bit and adjust them back and forth so that there's really, the right specific view line is covered, I think that's the kind of, installation we'd like to do. And we certainly could try to source 18 feet high initially. A 20-foot one is going to be quite unique. So we can look for taller ones and bring them up the hill. And the intent is to work with them to try to make sure we're covering all the right spots.
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
And I have no questions. Okay, is there anybody in the audience that would like to address the board on 1186 East Mountain Drive, please?
Yes. Mr. Bagdasarian, can you unmute yourself? Mr. Bagdasarian, can you unmute? There you go.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Listen, I obviously appreciate what is being done. The reason that I had mentioned the 20-foot trees is I had thought, and perhaps I was mistaken, I thought the last time we reviewed this that you folks had mentioned that you would like to see 5 20-foot olive trees to help with the screening to retain my privacy. If I'm mistaken and 18 feet is something we can do, my main concern, footage aside from the olive trees, is that when Bob on Monday, this past Monday, did put up the one pole that showed the height, as he mentioned, of 22 feet, and then the pole just below it, showing in essence an 18-foot olive tree, I was still seeing that would be looking into not just my kitchen window, but also my upstairs bedroom and bathrooms. So because there weren't other poles so that you could see the entire length of the upstairs height, it was hard for me to tell whether or not the trees would actually give me back the privacy that we had discussed. I appreciate Sam talking about the possibility of seeing the best size that they could get, but also the placement of those to not only help screen the house that they're building from my view, but more importantly, the privacy where I know it isn't looking in to my kitchen, my bedroom, my windows, etc., bedroom windows upstairs. So those are really kind of the main concerns that I continue to have. But you folks all brought up two other issues. One was the driveway, and currently, and I know that the driveway is to be widened from, I guess, 11 or 12 feet to, I don't know if it's 16 or 18 feet that the fire department needs. But my concern is that currently that driveway is tilted down to the south, so that when that water from rain or whatnot comes down, it all comes down and into my property. So I would really hope that when they rework the driveway, they do it in a way so that it doesn't all drainage down into the upper part of my property, because it obviously creates a lot of problem with sliding and hurting of the dirt line and stone and so forth above my property. The last thing that I wanted to mention is Sam also mentioned that he'd like to put vines on the wooden fence. And Sam, I didn't know if you were talking to my wooden fence that you were planning, which is on the south part of where your driveway would be coming. If so, my only concern would be that as plants need to be watered, if they're climbing roses or what vines you had in mind, obviously it's going to degrade the wooden fence there. So that would be my concern about having foliage on the fence that I had put up a decade or so ago.
Is it okay for me to address that, John?
Yeah, yes, please.
So, yeah, I think the plantings would be, vine-like, and they would be drip irrigated, so there wouldn't be any real demising of the fence. The fence would be kind of a structure. It wouldn't weigh it down. We could also do very minimal vining and be just planting some green ground cover at the base. But the drip irrigation and any water deterioration shouldn't happen. The intent is to keep the solid fence in good condition. As far as your question about the driveway width and the drainage, I think we'll be looking at tilting the driveway and the width as much as possible to prevent water from going over the other end and putting it into systems that are there, or adding new pipes to correct that. And Mark Braun will be helping us with some of that civil work. As far as the trees, and Bob can speak to that, but as far as the trees, we've got 9 proposed field-grown olives in that area that's directly, open to your house. So I really feel like with shuffling those, alternately spacing those, and overlapping those, we should be able to get a really nice cover for mutual privacy for you and for the new owner of this project.
No, thank you, Sam. And obviously, as Bob knows, that's been really my paramount concern. I always want to see nice homes going up in the area. And I just, as I think you folks feel, just don't want to lose the privacy that I've been able to enjoy, whether it was with Barbara and Dick Cleveland prior to that, or with this new house. So those were my concern. And thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to share that with you.
Is there anybody else that would like to address the board, please? Okay, so I'm going to close. Yes. So I'm going to close public comment. Comments, please. Claire?
I have no further comments. I'd like to just move this project along.
Elida?
No comment. Thank you, John.
Okay, Don?
No comment. Thank you.
Dave?
Yeah, I'm satisfied with the mass bulk and scale and the location of the building, the grading, all the things we reviewed with the story poles at the site. And it sounds like the landscape screening is getting resolved with a neighbor in a very good way. So my next concern moving forward is having more information on the building design and especially the detailing. The elevations that have been provided are very conceptual. They're unique, and I need more information on the detailing. I would highly recommend some kind of a 3D presentation so we can understand the building better. That's what I'm going to need to support the project the next go around. Thanks.
Chip? Thank you, David. Chip?
Yeah, I in 100% agreement with Dave's comment.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion for preliminary.
Well, except that it's on for concept.
No, it isn't, John.
I know, but I'd like to recommend that we move it into preliminary with the applicant to return with, everything he needs.
My agenda says concept. Is there other information on a publicly published agenda that says preliminary, please?
No, it doesn't say that, John. I'm making a motion to move it to preliminary.
I know that. Bob,
John?
Yes, please.
John, please. Yes, a couple of days ago, Cassidy Walsh, our planner, said that she would notify the board that it was okay to go to preliminary.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sharon or Kimberly, on my agenda, it says concept. Is there a publicly published agenda? What?
The agenda, I did not receive any requests, Bob, I'm sorry, from Cassidy. And it would have had to have been 72 hours.
It was Monday, that I remember Monday that this all happened.
Bob, there are laws that we operate under. I'm sorry, it's not us. So there is no vote, but I think everybody believes it's ready for at least preliminary. Do we want to try getting to preliminary final next time?
John, I personally can't commit to preliminary till we have more details like I asked for and the 3D views and understand the design more.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be able to.
Dave, Bob here, Dave. Can you hear me, Dave?
Yes.
I did include a window detail and a door detail on the plans, the latest set of plans. So they will be steel sliding doors and steel windows. And they're shown that on the elevations. And I believe it's sheet 7 has the typical door and window details at the upper corner.
But what I don't understand is, conceptual is to do with all, why can't we ask the planner now to place it on the next agenda for preliminary? And then Bob will come in with all the details and we'll have everything to start moving it forward to final.
That's what I'm saying too. Like today, I couldn't support preliminary. If you come back next round with more details like these two sketches here, but I need to see more the building in more detail because it is a unique.
No, I understand that.
Well, I'm talking to Bob. I'm talking to Bob now. We're on the same page.
I see.
I'm just letting Bob know that if you came back with these plans the way they are next time, I couldn't support preliminary. This is just me. I would want to see a lot more of the details, and then I could support it.
Okay, so Sharon.
Yeah.
When is the next available agenda, please?
It is the March 24th.
1 month.
unless something falls off and we can squeeze you on the next one.
That would be really important, Sharon, if we could
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah, I know, Bob. I'll go back and check it out and get back to you, okay?
And then at the same time, we can request the planner,
Yeah,
request that it be put on the agenda for preliminary.
sure.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from everybody is preliminary next step, and then we'll probably end up with final and consent. Is that correct?
Well, however it turns out after the next meeting.
Okay. But not preliminary final at the next meeting. Too big of a step for everybody?
Yeah, because
Yes.
too
Okay.
many people are asking for too much stuff, more stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
could I ask a question to Dave? In regard to seeing something on March 10th, which sounds to me that Sharon would be able to oblige.
May be able to oblige.
I said may be able to oblige. The kind of details you're looking at, you'd like to see the floor plans dimensioned and maybe some sections that are more detailed. A couple more door and window details.
I'm more concerned, yeah, the door and window details, this roof detail, these cantilevered roofs, the glass rail, all these details on the elevations that are very unique and hard to understand from these drawings. So right now, and if you could do something that was in 3D so we could see the way these forms work, that would be very helpful.
But I did show 3D renderings a couple of meetings ago. So
include them the next time as well. We need to move on, please. Thank you, Bob.
Bob, I'll get back to you. I'll look at the agenda.
thank you, Sharon.
Okay, item number 11, 1071 East Mountain Drive. Tip is out on this one.
Yeah, I probably will step down for the last item too. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Tom Meany just raised his hand. I need to see what he's doing, okay? Is that all right?
Yeah, he's up next.
He's up.
Tom, oh,
Yeah.
this is Tom's. Oh, I'm
He's
sorry.
the architect for this one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. Let me move you over. I was looking at Tom going, what's Tom here for?
Yeah, what am I doing here? I don't know.
Okay, I'm trying to move you over here. Or I'll just.
Number 11, David.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, it's a long day. Dave should be acknowledged for his great work here.
Yeah, Dave, you're doing amazing work.
I do it every time. Every time I say, yay, Dave.
Okay.
Thank you.
Members of the board, we are beginning to lose it. Let's try to stay focused. 1071 East Mountain Drive, Tom Meany, we are on for preliminary and final. So Tom,
Just want to say briefly, because I know you like brief. I've been watching since 2 o'clock. Most of these boards are really painfully boring. You guys are a lot of fun. I enjoy watching you. So I thank you for that.
Yeah.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
There you go.
Okay, so the minutes say nice project, need fully developed landscape plan to document landscape screening, ensure existing hedge is preserved. This is an extensive set of plans. I can't remember, was it 70 pages? Tom, something like that? 77.
Okay. Am I back on?
You are. Put you on.
And everybody, I have reviewed these. I don't know if others have. It is true to what he did before. I think that from my point of view, I think that we should examine the grading, which is down the way, and have Tom go through that with us again. The numbers are a little high, and I think we should look at landscape lighting. Now, Tom, if you want to kind of move through, that's my assessment. Other people maybe we just go through each sheet.
Well, I think we do need to see the landscape plan because I haven't reviewed these yet, so.
Okay, and I agree. So Tom, can we kind of be quick on this?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, the grading numbers are a function of recompaction. So we're not really moving that much dirt around the current site profile. It's just that once we get in with our civil engineer and he wants to do the over-X and recompaction, our grading numbers kind of go wonky. So we're not really moving that much dirt because we've got, trees around the perimeter. We've got that existing AD we're keeping. We're close to the street. So we're really not changing the profile of the lot.
Okay.
Do you have a site section that shows the grading relative to the building?
I'm not sure if it's in the set or not, but like for example, this is the orientation, we're really not doing much grading to the north or to the west or to the south. So we're building up a little bit around the pool area, but around the perimeter of the actual structure itself, there's really not much we're doing in terms of changing the profile of the existing lot. So like I say, it's not a big grading project. And then we have that ADU to the right. So we're not really moving that much dirt. It's just a function of the over-X and recompaction.
Okay. So let's get down to the landscape plan. If people trust me in my evaluation, let's get down to the landscape plan, which is somewhere like page 50.
I trust you, John.
Well, thank you, Tom, but you don't count.
Ouch.
I think we're just coming into the LCs, LT.
And I'll do the best I can to represent the landscape plans. Our landscape crew is AWOL.
At least one higher, I think, Dave, maybe a little bit more.
No, I think that's the start, John.
Okay, excellent.
Well, there's Ashley Vance. That's got to be grading.
Yeah.
This is the start.
LC1.
This is the plant schedule. Do you want me to zoom in on that?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what I'm looking at. Oh, well, these are the plants and the trees. We know all of those.
And also the existing property is surrounded by a fairly tall hedge along the street, and we're keeping that intact except where we're cutting in the new driveway opening. So
I actually know this property really well because I work across the street from it. So I drive by it and I keep thinking, well, what's going on with Tom Meany's projects? Why is nothing happening? So I'm pretty. So where's the? We don't have a green plan here yet. Got details. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Now it's getting pretty.
Here we go. Okay. Okay, existing. Okay. Here we go. Thank you, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
I can actually read it now. So the trees are blah blah blah. Blah. Shrubs are bougainvillea. Pretty much. Norris nobilis, I bet that's the hedge. Lavender, that's all the pretty stuff. Ground cover, Arctostaphylos, and Ceanothus. Okay, and we've got, lots of those. Oh my God. Okay. And where's the trees? So we're just doing citrus. So no real large trees. We're putting in 48-inch box oaks. Okay. Oh, look at there's some Vitex trees. One of my favorites. I love those. Oh, we only have one of those. I love that plant. No, I've got it all over my property. I just love that plant because it doesn't take any water at all. Okay, I'm pretty much okay with this. I mean, I'm assuming that Alida's going along here.
Page 54, please. Okay, this is the lighting plan. The blue color are tree lights with the little tiny, things, tree lights. The red lights are path lights and the green lights are step lights. Okay, that's sort of to express everybody through that.
So say that again. So the red lights those are pathway lights, I bet.
The
right?
blue lights, yes, the blue lights are hanging in the trees.
Got it.
And the green lights are on the steps.
Oh, the green lights I see down below, and then the reds are just those little pathway lights.
Right.
Oh yeah, there's those hanging lights there.
Okay. So
in this situation, John, I know you and I have talked about this a lot, this lighting thing a lot, is that the hanging lights that are on the trees are actually on the backside of the house, and because it's a private driveway, those are not going to reflect on any neighbor.
No, you're exactly backwards. That driveway is where all the tree lights are.
It's a private driveway.
Yeah.
Where you can do it.
With a very thick hedge as well along the road.
Okay,
Yeah.
So I believe we've seen enough. I have gone over these plans, obviously. So in the spirit of trying to keep things moving, is everyone else okay with that or not?
I'm okay with it.
Okay, so I would like to move us into questions if I could. Don, questions, please.
I have no questions.
David.
No questions, John.
Claire.
No questions.
Alida.
No questions.
And John, I have no questions. Is there anybody attending this Zoom meeting that would like to address the board on 1071 East Mountain Drive, please?
No, John, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Comments. We're on for preliminary and final. Comments, please. Don.
No comments. Good project.
David. David.
I'm concerned about the tree lights out at the perimeter of the project. How many watts are those lights?
I think they're 1 or 2. Where's the
They're
spec
on the
sheet?
next sheet right there. Next sheet, David. I think they're ones.
Well, it says 10 to 15. Oh, those volts. Yeah.
Up at the top, I think the one LED is 1.
1. Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
Or maybe 3. I don't know where my.
And they're very because I've used these. They're very down. I mean, they don't spread a lot of light. They just come straight down on the ground.
And are they specified at a certain height?
Not yet, I'm sure.
Okay, well, I would recommend that
They're very subtle.
Yeah.
Really subtle.
I think more recently, we've recommended that they're mounted at 12 feet or less. So I would
correct.
Probably
That's correct.
Want to see that, given the fact that they're around the perimeter and that there's 3 lights per tree. And those are my comments.
Okay, Claire, please.
Well, my comment,
Mine.
yeah, my comments would be the same. I mean, it's like if we're going to have them, let's designate them at 12 feet height, no higher than 12 feet.
And Claire, are you done, Claire? I'm sorry. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, and Elida, please.
No comment.
Okay, and I think that there are more tree lights here than we have been approving. Am I the only one that feels that? We've been, usually one per tree is what we've normally been doing.
With these little lantern downlight ones, because that's a difference in how it's lit.
Anybody else agree with me or not? Okay, hearing no groundswell. So I'm good, hey, so do I have a motion, please? David, you seem to have the most comprehensive commenting. Motion, please.
Sure, I'll make a motion for final approval.
Preliminary and final?
Preliminary and final approval as submitted with the condition that the tree lights that are shown are 1 watt and are mounted a maximum height of 12 feet.
I'll second that motion.
Any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay, yep. Last item. 1344 Schoolhouse Road. I think Don Nolte
here.
is on. Okay.
Don Nolte? That's Terrace.
Yeah. So, okay. So nice project. Architecture is appropriate. Return with details, landscape lighting, etc. So, Don?
Yeah, let's key up the drawing there. The project's gone around and around because it's been so much time and, owners changed their mind. And one time it was more complex than it is. We have a simple garage right now that's matching identically to the rest of the house right in here. And it's just a board and bat, simple gable, tight eaves. And we're just proposing to match all of the existing details. There's our light fixtures there. And Dave, if you go back to the site plan, we have an extensive grading plan here where we're just blending this pool into a slope, and we're very subtly just have this basin of fill in there, and the one that's using the cut from the pool, and we're not importing any, and we have a very simple landscape plan proposed, and unfortunately, the plant callouts did not make it into the submittal. And I did email it to Dave's office, and I'm sure that's a problem to import this in right now. But what we were proposing to use for the landscape was grasses and little olives. We're proposing Miscanthus sinensis and carex and little olives, and some pittosporum sprinkled in there around that slope. But the idea is that it's just a lot of grasses, very soft, something that blow in the breeze. And the owner isn't interested in having elaborate gardens at all at this point. So we're on for preliminary and final. And I feel like I'm a little weak on the landscaping plan, but I appreciate whatever you can consider there for me.
So are you
Get
done,
it out
Don?
of here.
So Don, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, so questions, please. Don Sharp, please.
I have no questions.
David.
No questions.
Claire.
Don, is this the only proposal of plants to be added to the entire site? This is it. This is all you're adding.
Yes, just in the
And
areas where
the rest of the site is just existing.
Yes, it's a lovely garden, like park feeling in the backyard with
Right. So you're just going to add these guys, and then, well, whatever those guys are, these other things.
Yes.
Okay. That was my question.
Elida.
No
please.
question. No questions.
Okay, so I have two questions. This proposed garage is in the setback. You have 54, if I remember, 53 feet between the garages. Why do you need to cut into the rear yard, into the side yard setback when there is a oak tree immediately behind it, please?
Well, to get some guest parking, and just from there's an existing gate, and it just feels like we're cramped. That comment didn't come up the first time, and
I'm just asking.
yeah,
Okay.
and I didn't have any concern from the neighbor, and it's screened off well, and I can't even see the house on the other side. So I just didn't consider that.
Okay, thank you. And the second question I have, are you aware that the FAR worksheet is required to include ADUs in it, even though we do not address ADUs at the board?
We would still be under the
I
guideline.
didn't ask that. I agree with you. Are you aware that they need to be included?
No, I don't believe we showed the ADU last time.
No, you did not, nor this time. Okay. Thank you. Members of the public, is there anybody here that would like to address the board on 1344 Schoolhouse Road, please? Okay, nobody. Comments? Don Sharp.
I think it's a very nice, well-designed project, and I'm ready for a final.
David?
I like the project. I think support it, but it seems like we need more landscape and potentially some building details as well. It doesn't look like it's quite complete to me, but I think that could be done on consent.
Claire, please. Claire.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we're making comments?
Comments. We're almost done. Don't fade out on us now, Claire.
And this is here for what?
Preliminary and final.
Okay. And no comment.
Elida.
No comment.
Okay, and I think the FAR issue is just technical, and that's easy. I don't know very many times that we approve projects outside the setbacks. We had one at the last meeting that Tom Henson brought. We asked him to bring it out. So in the same condition, Don, you are normally the guy that doesn't want anything in the setbacks. So I'm going to have a hard time from a consistency point of view of the MBAR voting for this. So that's my comment. So I may be one man out. I think that we do not have enough information for final. I think we do have enough information for preliminary. Does anybody want to make a motion? Does anybody want to comment?
So I'll make a motion for preliminary approval.
Okay.
With the applicant to return at final for whatever other people
For
think we need.
landscape and details.
John, I would like to request that he document the landscape screening at the new garage between the proposed structure and the property line where there's that setback encroachment.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, is there any further discussion? I'm going to vote against this because I believe this is inconsistent with what we normally do. I think it's a nice project, but it's inconsistent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. Thank you, Don. So architectural details, landscape.
Okay, may I ask a question? Is it conceivable that I can get into the next hearing for consent and get in and out of there in a couple of minutes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that'd be wonderful. Because meanwhile, then our 10-day appeal period will start with our land use permit, and that's fine. That's all good.
Okay, so you've got to get your drawings in soon.
Yeah. Oh no, they're ready. They're ready to go.
Okay, thank you.
So John, given the request, you're going to come in with some more landscaping to screen this new garage.
Well, I'm going to document what there is there to back up what I said about the screening of the neighbor, that I don't believe his neighbor will feel impinged. And if I don't think that we have proof of that, then either we'll plant it out or we'll take it out of the setback.
Oh, so you're saying these two, I mean, we've got these little an oak, a big oak and little, but there's also existing planting in that
Yes.
setback. Okay, fine. Yeah, just put that on the plan.
Okay.
Okay, so I have one item. I told everybody I was going to ask the board what our ideal start time should be. Last meeting, it was 11. Today, it was 1. We're about 22 and a half minutes on this meeting and about 26 minutes on the last meeting. So it's right around 25 minutes per item. Anybody
Well,
got
I
a
think
comment?
my comment is I think we leave it at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Anybody else?
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I
please.
we put in the mail notices for the next meeting for 12 o'clock because that's what we decided on last meeting.
Is that okay? Well, okay, so that's what it is. So from now on, though, thank you, Sharon. From now on, do we want to start at 12 or do we want to start at 1, please? What's the preference
I vote
of the board?
I vote for 1. I vote for 1.
I
vote
vote for
1.
1.
I vote for 1.
Okay, so let's go, from now on, let's go for 1 o'clock. Thank you all. Do I have a motion for adjournment, please?
So move.
So move.
So Claire, you will be the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all. Thank you all for being so concise and good today.
And
Thank
thank
you,
you,
David.
Thanks,
John.
John.
Good job.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you, John.
Really
Talk
good
to you
job.
all.
Thank you, David Mendro.
Yes.
Thank you, board, for your time.
The champion.
I'll talk to Veronica.